The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. The Council of Governors will today hold an urgent extraordinary council meeting to deliberate on the unfortunate utterances of current Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga. Council of Governors Chair Ahmed Abdullahi said Mutahi's remarks are indeed reckless, insensitive, inhuman and unacceptable, especially because they were celebrating the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga on account of perceived political calculations. He added that his comments do not represent the views of the Council of Governors, and especially at this time of deep mourning. This event comes as his comments have drawn widespread condemnation from leaders across the political divide who have termed them insensitive and divisive. EAC PS Caroline Karugu was among the first to respond, describing Kahiga's remarks as silly and deeply unfortunate. Nyandarua Senator John Methu also criticized the governor, saying Kahiga has decided that he and recklessness will walk hand in hand. That was an extremely unfortunate statement. Former nominated Senator Millicent Omanga echoed similar sentiments, accusing the Nyeri governor of fueling ethnic divisions at a time when the nation is still in mourning. Autopsies on the bodies of the victims who died at Kasarani and Nyayo stadiums during public viewing of the late Raila Odinga's body last week have confirmed that those who died at Kasarani succumbed to gunshot wounds. The families of Vincent Ogutu, aged 36 from Umoja 3, Evans Kiche, aged 40 from Njiru, Josua Ejida, aged 42 from Lakisama, and Josephine Akengo were presented with the findings on the causes of death of their loved ones. Bullets recovered from the bodies of Evans and Vincent have been handed over to the Independent Police Oversight Agency for further forensic analysis, while one unidentified body remains at City Mortuary. Families are now demanding justice and answers on what transpired at Kasarani and Nyayo. IPOA will seek answers on the firearm that discharged the bullet found in Vincent's body, as well as the remnants of the bullet lodged in Evans's skull at Kasarani Stadium. Former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko, who was present, said he would hire lawyers on behalf of the families to help them seek justice. President William Ruto is under fire for signing what critics describe as oppressive laws as the country mourned Raila Odinga's passing. The 8 bills included the Privatization Bill 2025 and the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, which grants authorities power to block websites and social media platforms without court orders. According to Maraga, the Cybercrimes Act is aimed at silencing dissent.
The amendments to the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, in essence, seek to control and crush political dissent and protests in the guise of expanding protections from cybercrime, cyber criminals. It is not lost to us that in June 2024, when Kenyan youth rose up against the finance bill, President Ruto labeled them criminals and terrorists.
According to Maraga, the new Privatization Act gives the Treasury unchecked powers to sell public assets without adequate parliamentary oversight, paving the way for foreigners to take control of what belongs to Kenyans.
In fact, the Act even exempts publication of the names of the buyers if the privatization is by an initial public offering, IPO. Simply put, if they sell to themselves or their proxies, the Kenyan people will not get to know. Simply put, if they sell even strategic assets to foreigners and put them beyond the country's control, the Kenyan people will not get to know.
Meanwhile, renowned teacher, musician, justice advocate and the 2027 presidential hopeful Dr. Reuben Kigame has filed a petition at the High Court challenging the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Amendment Act 2024. Kigame argues that the law was enacted in violation of constitutional requirements and parliamentary standing orders, and it possesses a serious threat to key civil liberties. That's the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EP EPL matches across our radio stations. That is Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on Spice FM.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is.
Well, first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something we must do.
Like now, he abandoned, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship.
and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Imagine. Ebu imagine tena. Ooh, imagine again.
Sema njeve.
Wewe.
Sema njeve.
Vabas, you have imagined.
Si useme njeve.
What? Wait.
Sema njeve.
Wait, tell me first what it means. You know, just I can be insulting somebody.
Sema njeve. Just say njeve. And I'll explain. You can trust me. Let's see where your level of trust is. Just say njeve.
Why am I nervous?
Don't be.
You know, I've gotten into a lot of trouble.
No, someone njeve. I'm saying it on live radio.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know, when I say it, it could mean something else.
No, someone njeve. Just say njeve.
Njeve.
Njeve. Njeve is cold.
My Lord.
What were you expecting?
I don't know. My Lord.
Yeah, njeve is old school. It's the old school shang, yeah.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, it's cold.
So how do you say it? Nikona
njeve.
Oh, nikona njeve. I have
Kama kuna njeve. Kuna njeve, now it's cold.
Right.
Yeah. But now when you're having a conversation, you just go like, sama njeve. You just
right.
know what
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Like, isn't it cold? It's cold, right? Okay. I got it.
Yeah. You're a student of languages.
Yeah.
So that's an additional vocabulary.
Learning.
Ukisikia mtu anasema njeve, si kitu kibaya.
Sindio? Okay, well, how are you this morning?
Good.
Njeve.
The green looks good on you. And yes, it's njeve in the studio.
It's actually cold this morning. Well, in here, it was like it was winter.
Yeah.
Come on, this rain that they said is raining, why is it not raining? They said it's supposed to rain.
There's usually a degree of error. So
here and there.
Yeah, so let's assume it's that degree that is taking charge.
Sawa.
I don't know if some other places are running in the country. I don't know. It could be.
It's possible. Yeah. It's possible. Asandi lakini.
Yeah, because Nairobi, I saw it is 25 degrees possibility of 25%
possibility of rain.
So think of the remaining 75. Maybe 75% is taking charge, no?
Okay. Well, if you're feeling cold and you're in blue, Christine is in fiery engine red. So she's here to warm the world. So you and Lydia today got the memo.
She looks like a Lamborghini coolant. Lamborghini coolant is red, just so you know.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I just
please
have
insert
never
Lamborghini.
had
I just didn't say any coolant. Lamborghini coolant.
I have just never heard anybody refer to anybody like that.
Yeah, it's the dress code that is Lamborghini coolant.
I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know, but you would. I'm. What? Sour.
It's nothing but love.
Lydia. Dennis is fine, in case you were wondering. Can't see. Lydia is also fine. We're getting into it this morning. And so, as we know, Dennis Okari is bereaved, so he's sorting that out this week. Of course, all the best for him. It's Wednesday. It's the 22nd of October. Like I'm telling you, October is not following this syllabus of yours of going slowly. October says, come on, let's get on with it and let's finish. 9 days left in the month.
Yep.
But even as we do, many, many things happening, and we're going to get into those things today. And what a wonderful world. You know, there's so many things that seem to go wrong, but, you know, I've never heard anybody... I've not, well, unless when we have really, really terrible situations, but nobody says, yeah, things are so bad and I want to leave the earth. People still want to hang around. True. There's something good that we can derive from every day. And so I think that we can look through the day with sprinkles of positivity. True. And so we can go with that today.
I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta painted it beautifully when he was giving his speech at Raila Odinga's funeral.
Yeah.
And he said, Baba umetutangulia, and also... sisi pia tutakujoin lakini sitaki kukuja si sahi.
Exactly. Nobody really wants to make their exit. If they had a choice, people want to stay. So, you know, we can make the best of it no matter what. Sindio?
Kabisa.
All right. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to have those conversations today. And we're going to start off talking with you at 7 o'clock. There are many issues that come into play. And people are asking, what next? What next? What next? What next? Of course, looking at it from a political point of view, are things going to come to a standstill? Are things going to move forward? We're going to hear from folks today and get it off your chest, guys, and talk to us at 7 o'clock today. And we'll let you know how we're going to go about that. But we're going to do it with you today at 7 and really just, you know, get people to vent. There's something cathartic about people having an opportunity to speak what is on their minds because it diffuses things in our society. And so we're going to take a stab at that today, no doubt. We'll do it with you at 7 and we'll give you more details about that as we go along. So that's how we'll start the conversation this morning. And then we'll go to 8 o'clock, where the Member of Parliament for Ariede constituency is Otiende Amolo. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock. We're going to be remembering Raila's legacy, and we're going to be seeing how they intend on cementing it. There are many things that will come as a result of that, not just the man, but then also in terms of policy, what happens thereafter. So we'll have a conversation with Otiende at 8 o'clock. And then the former governor for Bomet County is Isaac Ruto. He has been one of those who champion devolution. But devolution, modeled after the 2010 Constitution, is it actually doing what it's supposed to do, or are we courting corruption at the counties?
What do you think?
What do I think? I think that to an extent, devolution is doing what it's supposed to do. I can't tell you the number of people who've been able to tell me, you know what? I've been in Nairobi, just trying to make things happen. But then when I was told that I could go back to Kwale County, for example, and that I could see that roads are being developed, that their offices being established, I went back and I got a job. Yeah. I can go back to my county. I can go to another place outside of Nairobi. Children we don't have to crisscross the country to go to school, for example, and they can remain near home. We can actually do that. And so you've seen development at least start to sprout in different parts. Unfortunately, one of the things also that we do see is that it's an avenue for folks to not just court or flirt with corruption, but get in bed with the thing.
True.
Proper.
Yeah.
And it's been devolved. It has. We can't run away from that.
Yeah. I mean, you would look at what devolution has done and taken power closer to the people, and that was the whole idea of decentralizing power. So you remember other places like Turkana who would not know of a place called Kenya, yet they're in Kenya. But today, they are part and parcel of the entire conversation. And that alone, just that statement alone, shows that devolution is there and people are closer to their leaders, closer to power, and they see changes at the grassroots.
For sure. And if anything, it should. There are many systems in the world that are modeled after a federal system, whereby you have one central authority and then you have little, essentially mini countries, to be able to see them develop, because the development begets development. You develop in one part, you move it around. That's what happens. We'll have a conversation with former governor at 9 o'clock, and we also know that was one of the things that Raila Odinga really insisted on and said, you know what, guys, that's the way we would develop the country. So we'll have those conversations and we'll go in that direction. So come in on and join us, guys. And I know Mtuflani is already asking, this can be a poll. We'll have a poll up at 7. We'll let you know what that is in just a minute, so that you guys can also get into this conversation with us. Our live streams are up indeed on Facebook, YouTube, and on X this morning. Dennis Aseto and Okoh with you this morning into Kenya's biggest conversation. It is the Situation Room. I know a lot of folks are still reeling from some of the things that Martha Karawa said yesterday. Well, you still have an opportunity to watch that through the day, which is one of the things that we do. The conversations that we have here, though they're live, we give you an opportunity to then catch up with them later. And you can do that. Christine, and the team work to make sure that you can have access to this information through the day. So, get on to the channel and be able to watch those later. But thank you for joining us live as well as our audience on KTN. Karibu sana, everybody. Okay, you took us to Cape Verde.
Cape Verde. The locals call it Cabo Verde. Say Cape Verde is an English way of it, but no, it is Cabo Verde. Right. So it is about 4,033 square kilometers, approximately 560,000 people is the population of the country, and the official language is Portuguese, and their currency again is CVE, as we discussed yesterday. Now it is Cape Verdean Escudo.
Escudo.
Cigari. Escudo. There's a vehicle called Escudo.
Today you are in fine form.
I'll not talk about its coolant, but
okay, thanks.
But Escudo has a good behind, just so you know, like from the rear, looks perfect.
Are we still talking about a vehicle?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like vehicles nowadays have contours, straight lines and whatnot, so from the back, gotta love it. So let's go to the proverb.
Yeah, let's do that.
What is united will not be lost.
What is what?
United will not be lost.
What's truly united? You can say it's united, you can talk about it all the time, but it will be very clear that if it is, you will still have something to hold on to, regardless. But I guess you would be able to tell the truth, you will be able to tell the measure of its unity by the fact that it's there for you to then experience. If it's truly united, you will see the results of it. I'm just thinking about it in terms of body parts, the brain telling the rest of the body what to do, everybody working in unison. And that's why you have, receiving messages telling the kidneys what to do, the liver what to do, the digestive system what to do, the nervous system what to do. Everybody's working in tandem, and you have this body of a human being that's moving and is healthy. When that fails, when everybody's not working in unison, you're sick.
True.
Your health is not there.
Let me go back to my Lamborghini or my Escudo.
Okay.
You have an engine, right? So what exactly do you have an engine? You have power. So you'll talk about electricity. But then again, with that, you need oxygen for the engine to work well, right? So that means you need a working radiator. But inside the radiator, you need radiator fluid. You talk about fluid water. You talk about oil, so that for lubrication, for things, moving parts to work well. You miss a single element and the engine seizes. So everything has to work in unison for that vehicle to say is working well and is alive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's it. And see, even for us as peoples, as family units, as then the family unit making up. So you come from the unified man, a unit of a family, and then of a community, and then of society, and then of a nation. Without unity, you're not going to be working together as that body. I guess there's a lot to learn from that, and we'll look into that as we go ahead. All right, so there are people who are tuned in this morning, and thank you always for doing that, guys. You know, riding along with us on this ship as we have these conversations. Definitely always great to have you in the room as we do. So let's say a quick good morning to you as we get into it today. And we know that quite a number of people already tuned in. Yes. And very, very good morning to you, Peter Kiarye. You're tuning from Mombasa this morning, and you say that the strongest people make time to help others, even if they are struggling with their own problems. And this is true. Robert and Bogo tuned in from Mombasa this morning as well. Good morning. Eunice Okello. Good morning, Spice Team. Good morning to you. R says, we miss Baba. Indeed. Joey. Josh Willie tuned in this morning. Good morning. Sir George Gashoiri. Good morning from cold and dark Manchester in the UK. Looking forward to a great show on Spice to warm me up. Well, we're bringing it to you, brother, so stay tuned. Kisa Daniel says, good morning. Where the country is still mourning the death of Baba of democracy, a certain idiot from a certain county is celebrating his death. Yeah. I've quoted your words, but I think that was quite unfortunate.
Super unfortunate.
To hear yesterday. I believe the English call it tact.
Yeah.
Tact. And everybody needs a good dollop of that to then be able to go through the day.
Then you see there's a tribute that the very same gentleman has written at the Standard, page 13. I sought Raila's intervention, including during Gachagwa's impeachment. Same guy.
The duplicity of the human mind sometimes drives me. I don't understand. Peter says, good morning. Did you follow up the Mark Bichachi story? Interestingly enough, I did, and I gave him a call yesterday. He's of course in a tight spot, but we'll keep following up with him. Sarah Kilonzo says, good morning. Spice, Wakenya wote kwa jumla, we keep on fighting where Raila left. This government is trying to intimidate us through the laws that they signed the other day. We'll have a look at those today for sure. Musao Gloria says, good morning. Mkiwa Nairobi, karibu sana. Collins Munyaka is tuned in this morning from Nyeri. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, Spice Team. We should change the name of CBK to CBUK. Really? Rose Gray says, good morning, Team Spice. Tuned in. Christopher Ogore is tuned in this morning from Maseno, Kama Kawaida. Eric Owar says, good morning. What the governor of Nyeri said was not only callous, but stupid and insensitive. Eric, I see you. Christina A, good morning. Mtuflani, thanks. I saw your comment. Okay, Munongeleshana. It's okay. Isakali says it was hate speech. It's just patriotism with a spicy tribal twist served live with applause and a side of constitutional amnesia. Hoping NCIC is warming up its microphones. Yeah, that's a good hope to have for sure. Pan-African Kenyan is tuning in this morning from Nairobi. David Mangera says good morning. And Desmond Otis says, mvua imenyesha huku. Huku ni wapi? Tell us. Millie Simi is tuned in from Nashu. I want to say Nashu,
yeah,
but I'm almost sure it's Nashu.
Yeah.
I want to say Nashu, but I'm sure I'll just be crucified. In Kikuyu constituency, so it's definitely not Nashu. Someone once said, chai ya matanga ni tamu, lakini ikipikwa kwenu. Wow. It's hard.
Yeah.
That's not something you want to say. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
How thin you slice it. And I know that things always have two sides, but this was insensitive, and we can call it out today.
Yeah.
And say it was extremely insensitive. Not just for the nation, but can you imagine the people who loved him and were loved by him? Yeah. His family, his wife, his children. You say something like that, my goodness.
And you see, the saddest part is you're saying that in another funeral. In a church, clergy is there, Kenyans are there, and the saddest part is no one even thought of just saying no.
No, I mean, come on. You could stand up and say, actually, no, this is wrong. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
who it was. And, we need to buy batteries for our brain-to-mouth filter, I think. If they've run out, buy new ones.
Or just shut up. You don't have to always speak.
Exactly. And I mean, I know we're journalists and we taught in the trade of neutrality, but we also taught to call out something when it's wrong. And we call it out and say, come on, absolutely not.
Could have done better.
Could have done better for sure. Fally Pupa had a tribute to Baba. Musk. That was amazing to actually listen to. It's one of the best for sure.
His Swahili is good though.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Pan-African, we see you. Good morning. And yes, exactly. What does 3 blue ticks on WhatsApp mean? I don't know. David, we see. I said it. At least I know now that this Aseto man over here was not trying to get me in trouble. Mashari and Jerry is tuning from Portland, Oregon, and says good morning. Jimmy Manothe is tuning as well. Christina, we see after the recent TikTok challenge, I second that bill on the Cybercrime Amendment Act. It should be put to law. Lest we forget, Kimani Mbogwa went back to rehab after he was bullied. What? Bullying is a thing. People have crawled back into holes and of hermitage and really just been secluded by some of the absolute war that is declared on them on socials.
Do you remember have you been bullied before?
Have I been bullied when I was younger? Yeah.
Do you remember that face?
I do. I remember her.
Those are stumps that remain with you
for life.
Yeah. I remember one day I met with someone who bullied me in high school. And weird enough, he's now a military man.
Yeah.
And we met when I was covering an event. And he just came to me and said sorry.
Wow. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. Wow. Good morning from Nairobi says, Haron Wamukoya, good morning to you. Victor and Deto tuned in from Kitui. Otieno 61 is tuned in this morning as well from Kilifi. Whatever it takes, let's make Kenya great. Greetings, says Stanley Ngashe. Quick recovery to Mark Bichache. Of course, Ivan Amondi Odera says, good morning, Spices. It's always great to watch the reruns of the Situation Room. Unfortunately, we can't comment. I know that's one of the things you can't do after the fact. But thank you for always clicking in. Kiarie George is tuned in from Washington State. Vincent Sungu tuned in bed in Doha. 2 places at one time. Well done. Hazel Nzomo says, good morning. Let's accept that life the way it is and move on. Feeling pity and being discouraged will not help us at all. Well, yeah. All right. Gloria Mwende says, good morning. Tuned in. Great show ahead. Asante Sana to a united country. Indeed. Owen Karaoke is tuned in this morning and says, surely without Baba, the dynamics of Kenyan politics as it has been shaken. That forms part of our question at 7 o'clock, because we're asking, has it really turned? Is it really going to be that different? Amayo Okoh is tuned in as usual. Agutu Ogembo says, let our leaders be sensitive with their words. Very true. DJ CJ Kenya says, good morning, tuned in from Dandora. Big up to you, brother. Nyakundi Emmanuel says, this government is passing laws which will affect them in the future. This is true. Who will heal us from tribalism? Jameni tuko na shida ukabila ni urogi. Duke FX, we see you. Good morning. Charles Onyanga says, good morning, Spice. Your show is an inspiration. Keep on with the good job, Asante Sana. And thanks for folks like you who tune in every morning. Good morning. We are still mourning, and someone here is piecing our hearts with such reckless statements. Surely it's humanity really is taking a hit here. Good morning from Maua, says Bonnie Gatobu, and people keep trickling in through the room. Thank you for joining us this morning. So there's a plethora of things that we'll discuss at 7. 1 hour may not be enough, but we're going to do it anyway, and we're going to do it with all of you. We're going to set up polls. We're looking for you guys. Mtuflani, Mkwama N, Stella S, Agola. Where's everybody this morning? But we know that those who've tuned in this morning, thank you for waking up early and then being able to do that with us.
Mtuflani has a question.
Mtuflani has a question.
Yeah. Why does Ndu's color combination make me smile?
See, now Ndu's the one who's blushing. You like it? Green and red. It's like Christmas or something.
Jingle bell.
Even my shoes are red. Yeah. Lydia gave me the inspiration.
Okay. Shall have that conversation
later
outside the tent.
Okay. Why, Asante Sana, everybody. Getting into the headlines today. Let's start on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, which is The Standard. And this is it. It's about the bills, isn't it? Sorry, I was just moving around on my chair there. This is it. And these are the bills that were passed, interestingly enough, Wednesday last week. Out with freedoms is the headline. 4 hours after Raila Odinga's death, President Ruto signed 8 controversial bills into law. Measures critics say betray the very freedoms Raila spent his life defending. Amongst them is the new Cybercrimes Act, which, while tightening safeguards against online fraud and harassment, hides vague clauses that could muzzle free speech and silence dissent. Former Chief Justice David Maraga has condemned the move as a mockery of Ryla's legacy and announced plans to challenge the laws in court. So what are we looking at? The Cybercrime Act, the implications: 1, criminalizes publishing false digital information, a threat of up to 3 years imprisonment or fines of up to 5 million shillings. 2, vague definition of cybercrime. Cyber harassment targets activists and opposition figures, handing them jail terms of 5 years or 10 million shillings. So you could essentially say anything. And if it was interpreted to be harassment, you could find yourself in jail for 5 years or have to cough up 10 million bob. 3, state agencies can block websites or online content without court approval, enabling shutdowns of critical media and voices of dissent. Again, if you say anything, and if it could be seen to be that you are against a particular position, you could find your website or your channel shut down.
Yeah.
If they decided that, this one, it doesn't make sense, they could actually shut it down. It allows police to demand user data from service providers. Aren't they doing that already? Shh. Raising concerns over political spying and privacy violations. So they don't have to get a warrant, they can listen into you.
Yeah.
Like I said, isn't that happening already?
It is a fact.
Okay. Its vague wording and possible retroactive enforcement of the law creates fear, leading to censorship and self-censorship online. So, it's happened on the 15th of October, hours before announcing the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Ruto signed the bills into law, causing suspicion over his timing of the decision. My God, we could speculate properly, but if optics are anything to go by, it does not look good at all. Of course, we're going to take some time this week to look into those. I believe it's Thursday, according to Lydia's plan. To look into those a little bit, but it's interesting. All right, we're into day 2 of the exams. We know that KCSE began yesterday, and we're going into another round of the KEPSEA and KGCSEA next week. Desperate students and parents fall for online scammers, and you ask how? We'll tell you that. Families of 5 shot, trampled while mourning Ryla seek justice, and they're saying, come on, guys, tell us at the very least who these people are. See you in court, ex-CJ tells Ruto over new legislations, and that's, of course, CJ Emeritus Maraga. According to petitioners, cybercrimes law violates the very constitution that it's supposed to be seen to protect. So where is the constitution in all of this is what folks are asking. ODM after Ryla, cracks formed before his death may rupture as Ruto seeks to have a say. We'll ask those questions today. Otiende Amolo will join us at 8 o'clock. And of course, one of the questions is, the president was at Ryla's funeral on Sunday, basically saying we have to stand together as ODM. And I thought, wait a minute, when did he move?
It's a founding member.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are the questions we're going to ask. So, unfortunately, a young woman, Wanjiro, was killed and she was found in a tank. The gentleman who is accused of her murder is Robert Perkis, and he's wanted for the murder of Agnes Wanjiro, which occurred in Nanyuki in 2012. Now, the extradition of this British soldier is said to have murdered Wanjiro begins, and the High Court has been told that they've actually started the process. Extradition, of course, means his removal from his country to this country, Kenya, where inquiry or a trial then will begin. Because certain things, based on evidence that has been found, is what, essentially fingered him as the alleged perpetrator in this case. Sawa. So that's begun. We'll look into details of that. Babafemi Badejo talks about Ryla's legacy, and it was that of integrity and the nation above himself. He authored this book, and it's interesting because we'll talk about that. SRC nominee Kingi denies he's a candidate in the Magarini by-election. I'm telling you, the waters are so... blurred. Just things are just mixing and still not getting you the right cocktail. All right, that's what it looks like for some pages in the Standard. We'll look into more of those details.
Yeah, so let's go to the Daily Nation. And Orange Party split by wrangles on its 20th anniversary. Now, what did Raila say? Questions. Everybody says they spoke to Raila and there's something that Raila told them. Now, factional wars within Orange Democratic Movement have intensified, with rivals clashing on the political direction decreed by party leader Raila Odinga, who died last Wednesday. The dispute is on the outfit's commitment to the broad-based government and subsequent support for President Ruto's re-election. Twin issues over which side is conveniently interpreting Raila's words to its advantage. But what was his wish is the question now. ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, Raila said as a party, we must prepare ourselves for the 2027 general elections. Here, Governor James Orengo, I am one of the people who believe we must keep ODM President Ruto. Let us not kill parties. And Kisii Governor Simbarati, I want to assure ODM members the party is going nowhere. And Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga, the last instruction he left us with, and I remember him speaking at the burial of Dr. Phoebe Asio, he said he made clear decision to work with Ruto. And Minority Leader Junet Mohammed as well. Raila told us to remain in the broad-based government. It is on record. ODM will either form the government or be part of the government. And finally, Treasury CS John Mbadi, Raila showed us before he died that he wanted us to be in government. Everybody with their own version of what Raila Odinga told them. Now, when we talk about the new laws, storm over laws Ruto signed on Dark Wednesday, former Chief Justice David Maraga has criticized President Ruto for assenting to 8 controversial bills last Wednesday on the day former Prime Minister Raila Odinga died. He said one grants the executive a sweeping mandate on the sale of state farms, while another gives it unilateral powers to crack down on free speech. Now, there is on education how suspect in KCSE exam papers fraud was arrested. DCI officers arrested the man at Meru University on suspicion of selling fake exam papers through a WhatsApp group. Remember, KCSE is kicking off and everybody's trying to make a buck out of it. Good thing is one of them is arrested. Why man accused of killing son was freed? The search for justice in the killing of a three-year-old boy in Nakuru hit a dead end when gaps in the prosecution's evidence failed to nail the prime suspect, who had initially confessed to the crime. What happens to his confession? Does that not stand in court?
You would imagine that one confessed, and this is what they said. Can that be retracted?
That's the question.
I wonder.
At what point do you retract if that has been recorded?
Actually, I didn't mean that. I meant something else. So how are we to be sure that what you're saying now is,
is true? I was under pressure because I was amidst police officers, so I just spoke so that, anyway.
I would imagine that you would have to prove that situation of pressure. But anyway.
So there's tragedy. They went to mourn their leader. Now they too are in coffins. Families of 3 people shot dead by police and 2 others killed in a stampede during Raila Odinga's funeral are preparing for their burials. So there's that. Now, there is details of tough balancing act in Raila's funeral plans revealed. Just what exactly happened during that time. We see images of leaders there, including the chairperson of the funeral committee, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. And pretty much. So it's all about Raila and what followed thereafter, and as well as that story on the laws that were signed into by the president as well, carrying the day.
For sure.
You have the star?
Yes, I do. Let me look into that. Well, Cole Kipkeno had asked me to sing this song by ABBA called Chiquitita. I will sing it tomorrow because the words are actually quite poignant. I'll sing it tomorrow and then we can follow that. I promise I'll do that tomorrow morning, Sal, because I think that will probably still be with that hangover of some of these things that we see today. They sang that song in the 70s. I think it was in the 80s. I don't know. I wasn't even born. But that story, the lyrics of that song transcend time. And I'll do it tomorrow, Cole, I promise. Let's look into the Star, where the headline is an uphill task. Oburu fights to steady ODM. Really? He's already fighting. Okay. Well, it's interesting because the people there, it looks like the people he might be fighting, Edwin Sifuna, Secretary General, Abdul Somad Nasir, and Opio Wandai. generals of the party, essentially. So party is grappling with emerging crisis in post-Raila era. If it walks like a duck, it's got web feet and it's got a bill. I keep saying it's not a camel.
Yep.
So it doesn't look like already folks are trying to, are polarized in terms of what's happening at the party level. We'll talk about that today for sure. Lawyer who wanted to be a doctor but now heals through justice. Interesting story. Of course, the Star carries the story of the extradition of the Briton in Wajiro's death. That is underway. That continues. Why counties lose more than 25 billion shillings every year? I have woken up with some joy in my heart today. So I will just gloss over that headline and say, you know what? Money is still being lost. On a day when I want my joy to leave me, then perhaps we can delve into the details of such a story more. But when I think on the fact, you thought I was going to let it go. No. When I think of the fact that there are too many things happening that require money for the country, and then you tell us that counties are losing 25 billion shillings daily, then perhaps that air of positivity does seem to escape me.
So if it's 25 billion a year, how many years of devolution do you have now?
Oh, God in heaven.
So you could talk about, 250, that is 10 years, that is 250 billion. So in excesses of 300 billion is lost.
Yeah. So Isaac Ruto is going to be here at 9 o'clock. These are some of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is devolution working if you're losing a lot of money at the county level? Absorption low. Yes, we know Exchequer doesn't give them money in time, and then there's only a small window for them to be able to do these development projects. Okay, sour. How can we make it work better? That should be the question. How can we make it work better? And then what are we actually doing to ensure that it works better? State needs court order to shut websites in a new law. Maraga is saying, boss, these punitive cyber and privatization laws, it's not going to work. So see you in court. Test in Ugunja, Kasipul and Magarini by-elections. The question is, okay, when you come in and buy, Kev, confuse me. Okay, test in Ugunja, Kasipul and Magarini by-elections where they're saying this is the test for ODM without Raila. This is what you will know how ODM then will be able to survive without a party leader or not survive. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. Rising domestic debt in Africa likely to hurt world banks. This is what the IMF comes in and says. We have to ask the questions about why then we allow the World Bank to continue or IMF to continue asking these questions that they do. All right, so those are some of the headlines. That's what they're looking at. Let's look into some of those stories in detail, shall we? All right, so where was it? Here in the Standard today, there's a story that's carried on page 2. And it's about exams. Desperate students and parents fall for online scammers. Online fraudsters are back, preying on desperate students and parents seeking shortcuts to success. As 3 national examinations start, investigations reveal how these syndicates have built a thriving underground economy around the promise of leaked examination papers, a business based on deception. This week, detectives attached to the Kenya National Examinations Council arrested a 22-year-old Meru University student believed to be part of a larger ring operating on social media. The suspect, who will be presented in court next week to take plea, was allegedly found with tens of SIM cards, 6 mobile phones, 2 laptops in Kianjai in Tiganya West Sub-County. Yesterday, he was released on a 50,000 shilling cash bail, but details of the investigation provide details on how the scammers are taking advantage of national examinations. Students will today sit the home science practicals at the KCSE examination centers around the country as the examinations enter the second day. Yesterday, the students did oral tests in French, German, Arabic and music practicals as the biggest lot of candidates await to start their written examinations on the 4th of October. So of November, I beg your pardon. So these are practicals and these are language courses. So everybody's waiting until the 4th of November to do the rest. That's what it looks like. But it looks like some folks are trying to make a big buck out of, a quick buck out of desperate students. So one must ask. All right. This is also going on in schools. Remember the Lydiah school that was burnt down by the boys? Or rather vandalized? The High Court has stepped in to mediate a standoff between the management of Lydiah High School and parents over a controversial fine of 49,000 shillings imposed on students following a recent strike. The parents told Justice Joseph Sergon that the penalty was punitive and beyond the reach of most. They urged the court to order the administration to allow the students back upon payment of 10,000 shillings, arguing that the move would calm tensions and prevent further unrest. They said the parents were still struggling to clear pending school fees. Now you want me to pay 49,000. Where is it coming from? And then, of course, those who are asking, if my child had nothing to do with this, why am I also being penalized? They said the parents were still struggling, of course, but the school said the decision was approved by the Board of Management and the institution must replace damaged property, including computers, renovate dormitories, and provide adequate food for learners. The defense team argued that 10,000 shillings proposed by the parents was below the minimal amount required for the school to function properly. So that looks like it's going to be something that's going to be in and out of discussion for some time.
I mean, if you just look at that story alone, you look at the pain that parents are going through, and perhaps it's that time where we ask students to, even if there are disagreements, there are better ways of handling issues. Because now you're out of school, their parents are struggling because now they're forced to pay school fees and equally look for the 49,000. So look at the bigger picture. Whenever there are disagreements in school, striking and vandalizing a property is not the way to go. Sit down and have a conversation.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Tough one.
So, CJ Magaraga takes on Ruto over new draconian illegal laws. What is the former Chief Justice saying now? David Maraga has criticized President Ruto for ascending to 8 controversial bills last week, accusing him of betraying the constitution and eroding Kenya's sovereignty through what he termed as draconian and unconstitutional laws. Fellow Kenyans, at exactly the same time that the nation was grappling with the news of demise of our Right Honorable Raila Odinga, President Ruto was in State House signing a law, not one but 8 bills, some of which are quite draconian. What a shame that the president can be doing this, Mr. Maraga said during a press conference in Nairobi. The former Chief Justice listed the laws as the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act, the Privatization Act, the Land Amendment Act, the National Land Commission Amendment Act, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Act, the National Police Service Amendment Act, the Air Passage Service Charge Amendment Act, and the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act. He accused the executive and parliament of constantly betraying the will of the people by passing laws that serve the interest of the ruling elite. He said, when truly will the state decide to work for its people is a question. Time and again, the executive and the National Assembly have conspired to betray our nation and the sovereign will of its citizens. He said, Maraga said, this great concern lay in 2 of the new laws, the Privatization Act and the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act, which he warned threatens the country's freedom and sovereign assets. What is a nation without its sovereign assets and its freedoms? He paused. So yesterday we briefly touched on these laws together with PLP party leader Martha Karua.
Yep.
And it was a question of what's the hurry of passing these laws, especially at a time when the country has shifted its focus on the demise of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. What was the rush? Why does it seem as though this thing was being hidden?
Because you could imagine that people have their attention on
something else.
And then by the time they turn their attention back to it, that the cement is already cold.
It's already cold.
But isn't that what... And you can decide to connect the imagery however you like. But isn't that what the folks who are going to steal from the Museum of Art do? That they turn the cameras into a different direction, or they spray foam on the cameras while they do whatever they need to do and take your attention somewhere else so that they can do whatever it is that they need to do. Or you wait until somebody's focus and attention is somewhere else, and then you quickly do what you need to do under the cover of darkness, imagining that folks are none the wiser. That's what you do when you're trying to hide something, or that's what you do when you're trying to put something through that people will not accept.
And you see, by mere fact that people will not accept it, doesn't that then demand from you as a person to just retrospect, sit back and see, if I'm struggling to sign this into law and trying to hide it, why don't I just sit down with Kenyans and find a way of coming up with a bill and a law that accommodates everybody? Because remember, these laws are not meant for animals, you know what I mean? These laws are meant for people who have sound mind and can make decisions. And what a better and beautiful way of just sitting down and participate in coming up with a law together with the citizenry, a law that they will accept and which will serve them better. Because we have a constitution that gave us all these rights. What's the need of passing a law that curtails all these rights that have been given by the constitution? Why?
Indeed.
Right. It's just a simple question. Why would you do that?
Why would you? And that's the question the Kenyans are asking today. Why would you actually do that? Will you share the story about what Raila said? What did Raila say or not say?
What did Raila say? So that is in page 4 and 5 of the Nation, right? So everybody knows, says there's something Raila told them. Now, they say dead men tell no tales. And now, factional wars in the Orange Democratic Movement threaten the survival of the 20-year-old outfit as it charts its course without founding leader Raila Odinga, who died a week ago. Odinga will never ever get a chance to clarify what he may have meant, which is now subject to interpretation by those who claim to have spoken to him in his final days on earth. The wars, which started moments before Odinga was buried on Sunday, are anchored on the confusion over what exactly he said about the future of the party, whether it should remain in the broad-based government or exit and contest the 2027 elections. On one side of the leadership divide, ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, Siaya Governor James Orengo, and Deputy Party leaders Godfrey Osotsi, Vihiga Senator, and Mr. Simbarat, who is the Kisii Governor, want ODM to field a presidential candidate in 2027. The other group, which includes ODM Chairperson and Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga, National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed, and Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, says Odinga wished the party to back the government and, by extension, President Ruto's re-election. Mr. Mbadi is the immediate former chairperson of ODM. President William Ruto's warning at Odinga's burial that he would not allow politicians to pull ODM from the broad-based government may have reignited the fight for the control of the party. Just that, as a party leader of UDA, how then do you give demands on another party that you're not party to? But anyway, according to Mr. Sifuna, Odinga's last instructions were that ODM should strengthen and field a presidential candidate in 2027. And he said, Raila spoke openly before the whole country and said, as a party, we must prepare ourselves for the 2027. Don't put words in his mouth to push your agenda, he said. The Nairobi Senator's position was in reference to the ODM parliamentary group meeting on September 22nd, that was chaired by Mr. Odinga.
I just think it was interesting how everybody, he must have been doing a lot of talking in the last couple of weeks, because everybody talks about how they told him, he told them, and everybody, he told me. If everybody who opened their mouth to say what he said was saying the same thing, then perhaps we'll see there was something there. What's the proverb? That if there's unity, you see it. If the messaging from everybody was the same thing, we would see it. But it would seem as though those who seem to be saying the truth are the ones who can show you and say, look, this is the last time he was in public and this is what he said. And we all heard it. But this one of he whispered to me, he said he didn't say. Not just a pinch of salt, but maybe a whole bag.
You know, one thing about former Prime Minister Raila Odinga is he was not afraid to speak in the open. You know, and the last time he met with this party in a parliamentary group meeting, he laid out his position, because it's a question that he was asked with regard to the party's future now that they are in broad-based government. Remember, even if you go to the broad-based, the 10 agendas, that agreement was not politically binding. It was not a political decision for ODM or Raila Odinga. And I remember it said that does not determine Raila Odinga's future ambitions. At any time, he would still walk out and run if he wanted to.
And Agola asked a brilliant question, just in line with what I was just saying there, that how come everything that everybody is waking up to say about what Raila told them is different? Why? You have to ask yourself that question.
Because I go on Galesha.
Of course, those are the questions that you have to ask. All right, guys, we're going to talk to you coming in after 7 o'clock, and we'll let you know what the numbers are. So let's open up the conversation today. There seems to be a lot that people are harboring at the moment, whether it is what happens to Kenya. Do you feel that Kenya then will be able to move smoothly politically with the exit of Raila Odinga? Are you comfortable with things that are happening? If not, what are we doing about it? Those are the conversations we'll have right now, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. The Council of Governors will today hold an urgent extraordinary council meeting to deliberate on the unfortunate utterances of Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga. Council of Governors Chair Ahmed Abdullahi said the meeting is expected to deliberate on and ratify his removal as the Council of Governors Vice Chairperson. Abdullahi said Mutahi's remarks are indeed reckless, insensitive, inhuman and unacceptable, especially because they were celebrating the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga on account of perceived political calculations. He added that his comments do not represent the views of the Council of Governors, and especially at this time of deep mourning. Meanwhile, the UDA party has also summoned all Nyeri UDA elected and nominated MCAs for an emergency meeting scheduled for today morning. Amnesty International, the Law Society of Kenya, and the Vocal Africa have launched a global petition urging Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni to immediately and unconditionally release Kenyan human rights defenders Bob Njagi and Nick Oyo. The two were abducted in Kampala 20 days ago and their whereabouts remain unknown. An application filed in Uganda has since stalled, with the state now expected to explain today why almost 3 weeks later the two have not been produced in court as ordered by Justice Simon Peter Kinobe. Frustrated by silence from Kampala and what they term Nairobi's abdication of duty, human rights activists have petitioned Kenya's Attorney General to intervene in the case. There appears to be no end in sight for the lecturers' strike, as the Dawn say they are willing to stay out of class until the end of the year. The striking lecturers said they would wait for the court ruling set for December 11th. This comes as lecturers at the Technical University of Kenya began their own protest after the institution issued interdiction letters to more than 40 members of the academic staff for participating in the ongoing national strike. As protest songs continue to echo across campuses, lecture halls in public universities remained deserted for the 34th day. The fate of higher education continues to hang in the balance after lecturers and workers' unions, WASU and KUSU, maintained that they will not resume teaching until the government releases the remaining 7.9 billion shillings pay increment agreed upon in the 2019-2021 CBA. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja and his Siaya counterpart James Orengo visited the family of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga at Kango Jaramogi in Bondo, Siaya County, 2 days after the veteran statesman was laid to rest. The two governors visited the Odinga home to condole with the family and honor the memory of Raila, whom they described as their longtime political mentor and compatriot. They also toured the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Mausoleum, paying homage to the Odinga's family's enduring role in shaping Kenya's history and democratic journey. In their company were members of the Odinga family, including Mama Ida Odinga, Siaya Senator Oburu Oginga, Kisumu Woman Representative Ruth Odinga, and Raila Odinga Jr. The Environment and Land Court in Kitale has completed hearing a complex case filed by approximately 21,179 squatters who are members of the Kiboroa Squatters Alliance, and their decision is scheduled to be issued on December 10th this year. The squatters filed a petition asking the court to cancel some of the titles of a part of the land of the Agricultural Development Corporation and transfer it to obtain permanent housing. Delivering his decision, the court's judge, Christopher Nzili, has ordered the squatters to wait for the decision and warned them against scammers who will call them for money with false promises that they'll help them get justice.
Wananchi, sasa kesi imeisha. Sasa ni mawakili wa chambue aniambie tulenge wapi. Kuje uamuzi tarehe 10 mwezi wa 12 mwaka huu inshallah. Msiende kupingana, msiende kuharibu mali, tuamulia. Sio ni sawa? Msiende kupigana. Nimeangiza wakili wenu waende huko Kenya National Archives. Hii document mnasema ni ya 1937. Ende ifanye certification. Kwa hivyo msindanganywe ati mtasaidiwa huko nje. Matapeli ni wengi. Wanachukua pesa kwa watu wakiwaambia ati watasaidiwa kotini. Kesi ikikuja hapa, kile nanzikatia ni ushahidi ulioleta. Unatosha ama utoshi?
The case was filed in court 2 years ago. That's the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL matches across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself. But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Wherever you're tuned in, around the country, the region, and the world, this is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. Ndu and Dennis Aseto with you today, and we're getting into conversations with you as we take a trip around the conscience of man. And we're saying, you know what? So things have changed in the last couple of days, and it asks the question, where are we going politically? Because the man who was at the center of a lot of this politics has left the stage, and many questions abound in terms of what's happening next. We're having a conversation with you this hour because it seems that folks do have quite a lot to say, and far be it from us to deny the opportunity for us all to be involved in this discourse, and that's why we do the things that we do. We'll do a poll. We'll be putting that up in just a minute. This is a Situation Room, and our audiences on KTN Karibu as we get into the second hour of this conversation, and our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. We're asking a question this morning, and for you to then be able to call in and share. So, which direction will the political wave flow in Kenya today? Which direction do you see things going? That the exit of Raila Odinga is a big deal, whether you want to admit it or not, that it has sent shockwaves. It is going to destabilize things. It may then build up things. But what direction do you see it going? Our poll, of course, will take on a different kind of question. We'll let you know what that is in just a minute. But then you have the opportunity to call us on 0732 142 650. Kenya after Raila. What next? 0732 142 650. So talk to us there even as we get into it. There have been many things that have been said. Everybody talks about how he spoke to them and how he had certain things to say. We will not be able to run away from the reality that there is a particular dent that has been left in Kenya's political space with the death of Raila Odinga. That what people do with this, either as an opportunity or the sledgehammer that's going to blow things to smithereens, then really is up to them. Whether it's just party politics or whether it's looking into development, these are the things and the questions that we answer. So we're going to hear from you this morning. That number again is 0732 142 650. We'll have a conversation with you as we get into it. And so just let us know. Good morning. Calling in. Let us know your name and where you're calling from. Hello. 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 Good morning. All right, do call us, and then when we do pick up the phone, do speak to us as well, so that we can continue with that. We'll take your comments also on socials as we get into it. So like I was saying, it's not possible that we can look at a future without realizing the dent that has been made in it with the absence of Raila Odinga. Parties have already talked about the fact that, everything is in place, but also what happens next, whereby there was a fight and then there was a broad-based government that essentially came together to make certain things work according to them. And people were waiting for a time where all of this was going to split apart. It looks like it's going to be a little bit different. And I know that, the smoke is still fading away and that things are still trying to settle after Sunday when Raila Odinga was buried. But then Kenyans are asking the question, of course, what next? What next? And again, that picture of the young woman during the finance bill protest, still very clear in my mind, still very vivid in my head when she said, leave this to us. You did it for the longest time. Now leave this to us. It's that leave it to us thing that I'm wondering, what is this? That is there still a fight? Is there still a progressive fight for some kind of freedom, for some kind of development across Kenyan circles? Is that what we are saying? That there is still something that needs to be done? Is there still a fight? And I guess that's the question. So after Raila, what next?
I mean, the man did a lot, to encourage Kenyans to also just speak up, And every other time, Raila Odinga would say, "Guys, let us meet up tomorrow. We shall be in the streets because of ABCD." Kenyans would show up, and that has been picked by a lot of people, including the Gen Zs, who at the time, like you say, that lady would told Raila Odinga, "Hii ni yetu, tuachie sisi, we will handle," And even as you go about it, Raila Odinga is getting buried. The funeral arrangements are going on, and then you look at the bills that have been signed into an act of parliament, and Kenyans are now already speaking. They're saying, you know what, we will go to the streets, we will go to court. That means the spirit of Raila Odinga and what he championed for still remains. But question is, does what he championed for still remain in the party ODM?
Those are the questions. Does it, and across board, or in a few people?
Yeah.
In a few people.
Yeah, because Kenyans seem to have picked up what he said, right? And how he lived. But among the political space, are they living as per aspirations and what Raila Odinga would have wanted as the father of democracy, the champion of Constitution 2010? Or is it a different ballgame in the political space vis-a-vis the reality among Kenyans?
We do have to start to interrogate. And then, of course, we heard with the sentiments that were made yesterday that, quite unfortunate that perhaps this was a good thing. In no way could it be. And it would be interesting to see then what happens after that. But then realizing that dent was left, what are you actually then going to be able to do with it? There's a space. It's been left. It's fought for democracy. It's fought for freedom. It's fought for the livelihoods of Kenyans. And what next, essentially, is the question that we're asking this morning. And in the hearts and minds of folks because we saw people come out in their hundreds of thousands over the last 6 or 7 days. And then one must ask, so what is it that Kenya's people actually want moving forward? And that they placed a lot of this responsibility clearly on the shoulders of Raila Odinga and what he believed and what he fought for. So what is that thing? Is it that freedom? And how does it present itself? Is it that democracy where the people will actually rule and that they will delegate this power or sovereignty to a few people who represent them over time? Is it then that you want life to be just a little bit easier in terms of the cost of it? Is it that you're seeking an opportunity where children will go to school and will be covered by the state, that you can go to hospital by dint of the taxes that you pay and be taken care of? So what do Kenyans want? What do Kenyans want?
When you ask what Kenyans want, already Kenyans want to be part and parcel of leadership and governance, And through that is that thing that if you just pause to think of what Raila Odinga was really pushing for, would be that public participation where Kenyans have the right to speak up, have a right to make decisions that will affect them. Because if you remember even the Finance Bill 2025, the reason why Kenyans are out is because we are not part of this and we are telling you what we want. And because you're not listening, then we are here to tell you that we are your bosses, And you look at what Raila was pushing was for inclusivity. That's why it's called the father of devolution, so that everybody is part of leadership, is part of this thing called governance, So now thing is, if that is what Kenyans want, what does the leadership want? Is what the leadership want and what Kenyans want on the same level, or is someone else pulling the other party down?
How would you know if what a government of the day was busying itself in day to day, whether it's the spending of money, what's the application of funds following function, whether it's devolved units? How would you know if what they were doing was actually for the people? How would you know? That would we see less complaint? Would we see more people, being pulled out of poverty? Would we see the resources flowing across board? How would we actually know?
The easiest way for me to know that the government is working for the people would be, so let's talk about ease of doing businesses, especially for the young people, So question now would be, as we talk about the Nyota Fund, right? How are we making it easier for young people not to be tokenistic, if that's a word, to be not people who depend on tokenism for them to live, but because the government has created an environment where young people are able to use their brains, their minds, their strength to just thrive, and not because apparently I can't make it, so I need this seed from the government to be able to work. But even then, if the government is giving the seed, how is the environment for me to flourish? Remember, China did it in such a way that everyone was empowered, and we see millionaires being created in China every other day. What did the government of China do for its people so that environment is good for everyone? What did Singapore do for it to be where it is today? We talk about Kenya in 1963 having a stronger economy than even South Korea. Why were we left behind? Why is Singapore miles back? What did they do? Did they include the people in changing the government? Because if you go to South Korea, when South Korea was starting, people used to donate to the government to start the textile industries. South Korea started with making weaves and all that. People believed in what the government was saying. Are we saying that Kenyans today trust that the government is doing right by them?
Do you? No. And there's our poll question this morning. It would always then come up in conversation. And I guess Lydiah will put that up. That's our poll question for you. Is the government doing right by the people? Is the government doing right by the people? And that's what we're asking this morning. And that will be on our poll. But also getting your calls in this morning, 0732 142 650, 0732 142 650, to hear from you. All right, what next? And by virtue of the fact that we have to ask what is next, that means that people are actually depending on somebody to take the reins, to move. Because everybody, from the person who mourned on the streets going from Nairobi to Bondo, passing through Kisumu, to the president who on Mashujaa Day did not mention Raila Odinga's name less than 20 times, could see that there is a hole that has been left. Who's going to fill it? What's going to happen next? Is it this one messiah that everybody is waiting for to then be able to come and push a particular agenda? Are we looking for, 2025 Kwame Nkrumah or a Thomas Sankara or a Nelson Mandela for Kenya in 2025 to say that absolutely the things of the past must be the things of the past, and we're looking for a position whereby there will be integrity, there will be fiscal responsibility, there will be accountability in the country. Leaders will be leaders. There will be no longer this business of corruption that is, to the hilt. That there will be somebody who will come and move the needle in terms of an agenda, not just thinking or speaking about the agenda, but actually seeing things done to implement these things that Kenyans have been crying out for a very long time. Now, mind you, that doesn't mean that Kenya hasn't moved. Indeed, the needle has moved, and quite significantly so. But we seem to still be stuck in these little roundabout circles of not being able to get from one point to the next. It should not be. And I think it goes without saying, it should not be that some of the things that are experienced today are the reality for people. After having come 60 years out of independence, and then say, okay, fine, you're walking, you're crawling, you've grown the teeth, you should then be able to start putting on your own clothes and then be able to do your laundry. These are the things that we're talking about, that we should not be stuck in this rot, or in this rut either, whereby things just don't seem to be able to move past a certain place. Have we reached the plateau? And then will you be able to still keep climbing, So with the exit of Raila Odinga, what happens next? Is there somebody else? Because it seems as though Kenyans want somebody else to fill that hole.
Yeah.
Who's that person going to be? Does it need to be somebody? Does it need to be everybody?
I think it has to be everybody, because one thing that, you remember there's a time Raila Odinga would say, today I have a statement to give to the country. And everybody would troop to Raila Odinga's office to listen to what it is he said. And every time he would give out a dossier or give out or be a whistleblower on something, Kenyans would sit and listen because they knew whatever Raila Odinga was putting out would come to be true. And true to that, we saw all these things unraveling. And if that is what Raila Odinga, in terms of fighting corruption, stood for, what do we have to help us do that? Because all of us, through the Constitution 2010, we have the EACC, we have the DCI. Therefore, it behooves upon us to ensure that these bodies that are there courtesy of the Constitution that we have do work. So our work is not looking at who will fill Raila Odinga's shoes. One would say no one is able to do that. But we are able to do our part by ensuring that we push the authorities out there and the offices that have been put there to work. And once they work, then our job is easy.
All right, let's take your calls. They're coming in 0732 142 650, and we'll hear from you this morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Do tell us your name and where you're calling in from, sir.
My name is Raymond Nyano from Kericho County.
Yes, Raymond.
Yeah, it's unimaginable that Raila Odinga is not there. You know, one thing I know is that the absence of Raila Odinga is actually unimaginable. Because number one, the Kenyan politics is going to be very boring. And just imagine campaign without Raila Odinga come 2027. Yeah. He has left a very big void that Kenyans we are going to miss. Look at I've been sitting and actually I normally ask myself what news are we going to watch anymore? Is there any news anyway? Because Raila was actually, despite the fact that we didn't vote him as president.
Yeah.
Actually, my opinion is my honest opinion is Raila Odinga was not supposed to be the president. If for instance, if Raila Odinga became president, he would have become irrelevant because he could have gone to retire.
Do you consider that? Do you consider that maybe if Raila Odinga had been president, the things he fought for the country could have been better? Is that a consideration at all?
That I know, because one thing, Raila was in government, but being in government, you saw other things that are being done. At times you ask yourself, is Raila Odinga in government? So the best position for Raila Odinga was actually in opposition. He was talented for that.
Right.
So, for instance, if Raila Odinga became the president the year 2007, my friend, you could, we could foresaw a position whereby he could retire early, and we miss him in politics.
Right.
For instance, are you seeing that sense?
Well, we're seeing it. From what you're saying, he will be missed, of course, and there is a void that has been left. So for you, there's no what next.
Anyway, I'm seeing some sense. We reckon some sense through agency, but will they have that? Will they maintain that? Let me tell you, doing something and maintaining it are two different things.
Right.
For instance, winning is not. You can do something and win, but maintaining that win, is that possible?
That's true.
For
It's
instance,
difficult.
Raila maintained from the early, as early as 1990 to date, he maintained that as Kenyans, are we going to get that person that can maintain the fight? Or you then, at times you then think that you win, at times you lose, then you lose hope and be silent.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Another thing is,
yes.
Who can stand, for instance, who can stand a brutality? Because he withstood the brutality, police brutality, and at times, and imagine, just, for instance, if I may ask you, if someone became brutal at you, and then after fighting for something, then you forgive that person, then you continue, he became brutal on you several times, and you are not giving up. That was the spirit of Raila Odinga.
That was Raila Odinga's spirit, indeed. Let's hear from some other folks this morning. Definitely for you, from what you're saying, there's a void that has been left. There's a hole that has been left. It'll be interesting how that will be filled.
And another thing, before I go,
quickly,
regarding to the whatever happened, what exactly the sentiments made by ODM members. Actually, I foresaw Raila was ODM and ODM was Raila. So ODM is gone.
That's an interesting take as well. All right, Raymond, thank you for that. It'll be interesting to see what the next days then have to unfold. Thanks for your call, Raymond. Of course, keep listening in. Let's hear from more of you this morning. Let's take in another call. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
This is Patrick. I'm calling from Nairobi.
Yes, Patrick.
I just wanted to appreciate Raila's contribution to democracy in this country. For those of us who at least were old enough to see, what he stood for in the earlier days, from the days of devolution to the what do you call it, multi-party, the agitation for multi-partyism, the referendum, then comes the constitution. So he's one of those uncelebrated heroes, but now in death is when people suddenly realize his contribution. But definitely he's left a huge void in Kenya politics, and those that were piggybacking on his profile, those that he was carrying now have to stand on their own. So
do you think they can?
Now
Patrick, do you think they can stand on their own?
I think a lot of them will fall off along the road, because now they will be seen for who they are, hopefully by the people, and now the people will probably will have to choose using a different prescription. And we really have to also look at our values, and even when I was watching the footage of the funeral, and all of these guys who are now in the broad-based government saying that, he said this or the other.
He told me.
Well, but it's the people to decide who they want to follow.
Yes.
So if the people choose to leave ODM, so be it. They shall follow a leader. We, the people, will choose the appropriate leader. I just hope that we will use the right criteria to choose the right person for us, and not, be in this never-ending vicious cycle of choosing the wrong leader, then we complain.
Patrick, do you think the political class understands that the power resides with the people, and that the people will decide the fate of ODM? Because remember, the party belongs to its members.
They understand the power of the people. That is why they're trying to suppress the ability of the people to express themselves and come together and have consensus. So when you come up with punitive, retrogressive bills, you are just trying to curtail the ability of the people to come together and come to a consensus. These discussions is what they're trying to curtail. They understand the power of the people, so they suppress it. But they are more guided by by greed, because the same people who are talking about and were praising Raila are the same people passing punitive bills on the day that the announcement of his death is, contrary to what he stood for. So are you being honest when you weep? Those are crocodile tears, because you, the parliamentarians, just passed punitive bills. Leave alone the president assenting to them, signing them into law.
We know that he can only do that after Parliament has passed them.
Yes. Yeah. So the bunch of people in Parliament who are now crying during the funeral passed those punitive bills, and then they say, "Oh, we should live by Raila's principles." Hypocrites. Hypocrites. And when our children are dying out there, when we're trying to express ourselves and saying that we don't like this, so who are you serving?
Who are you representing?
You're representing yourself. You're not representing us. But when you came to ask for votes, you said, "I'll do this and this and this for you." Then when you get onto that seat, you forget yourself. You become arrogant. And it's not about us anymore. It's that we shall pass this bill even if you mpende musipende. How do you do that? Self-serving. So the future of Kenya is, we are at a very precarious situation, because anything could happen. That void could be filled in by any kind of character. So we have to be very calm. We have to really revisit our values and just ask ourselves, okay, from Raila's death, what have we learned?
Indeed.
What have we really learned? What was he fighting for?
Those are
because the same people who used to hate on him were showering praises. So, for real? So we have to revisit this. It's going to be interesting the next few months.
It is.
But the people don't really have to stay in Odia.
Patrick,
the people shall decide where they want to go.
The people shall decide where they want to go. Thanks for your thoughts this morning. I think those are some really heavy ones, but those ones that bear a lot of weight. The people will decide where they want to go. And number two, what lessons have we actually learned from this hole, essentially, that has been left with the exit of Raila Odinga? And those are questions that we actually have to ask ourselves and then be able to point ourselves in the direction in which we ought to go. Thanks for your call this morning, Patrick. We'll hear from others as we go ahead, and thanks indeed for tuning in.
Lovely day. Thank you for picking my call.
Asante sana. All right, let's hear from more of you this morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning to you. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks. How are you doing?
My name is Charles.
Yes, Charles.
I'm in traffic.
You're in traffic? I hope you're hands-free and not holding your phone.
Hands-free, yes.
Okay, tell us your thoughts about this, sir.
I think Kenyans need to wake up to the realization that there's no one who's going to come and save them. I think the sovereignty is lied to the people. However, there's such a gap and a mismatch and a disconnect in reality. When you say we have the sovereign power to make decisions on our own, however, it feels like we have sort of been taken up and kidnapped by the politician and the political class, and we no longer have a say, and that does not sort of represent where our stand sort of is. Like what the gentleman was saying earlier, that it feels like we sort of get hijacked when and suppressed by the political class. And I feel like it's about time that we do not need to rely on one person, I think, as Dennis was saying. But I think it's in all of us to sort of wake up and realize that we need something has to change. And think it doesn't have to be a revolution, sort of to speak, where we are on the streets and all that. I think we just need to take up those positions, even in small places of influence, and make it matter and make it count. Yeah.
Indeed.
I think, yeah.
Make it matter, make it count where you are. And then we're likely to see a change. And if everybody's doing this, we're likely to see a change across board. Thanks very much for your call, Charles. Asante, we'll hear from some other folks as well. And thank you for tuning in.
Awesome. Thank you. And you guys are doing a good job.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. So these are the conversations we're having. We're hearing from you folks this morning. So, those are the questions, and this can actually morph where we're saying, okay, so what lessons have we actually learned from the struggle for 4 decades that Raila Odinga fought, essentially? What have we learned? What has Kenya learned in terms of what you then must do? We're taking your calls on 0732 142 650. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. This is Christopher from Kisumu.
Yes, sir.
The gap which the Raila has left is very big. In that there will be clashes within the tribal, like the Jokajulu, your game, your Seme. There will be division in that case.
Why would you foresee a division in that case, when especially the Luo Nyanza or the Luo community or the Raila's background has always spoken in one voice? Why do you foresee a division from his backyard?
You know very well that when there is a star which is shining, and the other, and when it has gone, the other stars will rise up. And it will rise up in that from the way I've said it, from your Kano, your Seme, your Game, your Alego. And there will be war between among ourselves.
But Raila Odinga pushed for one thing. Raila Odinga pushed for unity, not just for the people of Luo Nyanza, but unity for the people of Kenya, and for Kenyans to come forward and fight for their rights, fight for democracy, fight for their for freedoms to speak up. So when we say that even his own backyard people will be divided, doesn't it paint a picture of a people who've not learned anything from Raila Odinga and thus erode his legacy?
It will be that way, that I've said, because he was a star.
Yes.
Yes, due to his being a star, now there will be stars will be spring. For example, me in Kano here, I will want myself to be known. Another star from China, another star from Uganda, from Lagos, the same way.
But it will be the people to decide whether they will choose this particular person or not. You can come and say that I'm the star, but people will say, okay, that's great. You can shine over there in your corner. But it will be the people to decide who essentially is going to come through and take the position.
And that's where the war will spring from.
All right.
Because I will praise myself to be a star. The other one will praise himself from game. The other one from Uganda, and then that's where the war will start from.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Let's hear from others this morning. Call us on 0732 142650. What next? And what lessons can we actually learn from this? What lessons will the person who is coming in, or who the group of people, in this case, the group of people being Kenyans, what lessons then can you actually learn to then continue with this, fervent fight that Raila fought over the years that he did? And what can Kenya take and move forward with? It's interesting because the president imagines or believes that people are going to come and work together. It will be one big behemoth of camaraderie and kumbaya moments, and everybody will be on the same page. Is it possible to have leadership, or is it possible to have governance when everybody is singing the same song? The reason why an opposition was created in the times when government was established, or when it was invented per se, was to keep the government in check. If we're all sitting around the campfire singing songs and holding hands, when will I then be able to tell you that there's a speck in your eye? Is it possible to actually run government when everybody's on the same side? That you have to ask the question. As uncomfortable as it is, one's got to ask.
Even in our own homes, everything you say is usually not taken by everybody as the correct position. You'll always be challenged, and that is just a way of accountability across the world, So if it's in government and there was the broad base that was led by Raila Odinga, but remember, there were voices within Raila's camp who are against broad-based as we speak,
This is very true.
So here now is Raila Odinga, who walked into this agreement, is no longer there. Fine, the agreement still stands, but remember, the voices, the different voices that exist within that broad-based are still there. Even Raila, even the agreement itself said, this is not a political agreement moving forward.
All right.
That we are here to be challenged and we will accept that. So, if by any means the president expects that there would not be voices coming up, then I think it's about to smell the coffee.
All right, let's hear from you this morning. More of your calls. What did Kenya learn? 0732-142-650. What did Kenya learn? Hello, good morning.
Hello, Umdu.
Yes.
My name is Jamal calling from Garissa.
Your name is Jamal. Jamal calling from Jamal from Garissa. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. And what I think about ODM going forward, I think that the party will die, just like what happened to Kanu when Moi died. Yeah, because the reason why we were voting for the MPs of ODM is because Raila was telling us. When you look at their background, you see that these people have they are questionable, but we still voted for them because we loved Raila. And now that he's dead, I don't think we are going to vote for most of these MPs that he told us to.
Jamal, let me ask the question. So you want to say that you would have voted for an MP that is not fit for office simply because you loved Raila and not because you voted for the person you hoped you were optimistic would deliver to you?
Yeah, yeah. I say that because that is what we usually do. There's the people who come with principles, we don't usually listen to them. And Raila usually suggests people who he thinks are fit for us. And since he fought for us, and the love usually blinds us in such a way that whatever Raila says, it goes.
That's very interesting, Jamal. So now, because of the fight that Raila put up for years, I mean, he's cut off, but it's just interesting and even members of people who are members of parliament, people then who were in the party, have confessed and have said, we did a lot of things because Raila Odinga said that we should. Kenyans are telling you that they voted for people because it was a suggestion by Raila Odinga. So what does that tell you? That a lot of people who were voted for on that premise will not find their way back.
And because Kenyans know from the very word that we just voted for you because of Raila. If Raila was not in the picture, you would not be there. But then again, begs the question from Kenyans, when exactly will we ever make decisions that favor us and not decisions that favor a political figure?
When will you be free?
When will you be free?
0732142650. Hear from you this morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
This is Alex calling from Kisumu.
Yes, Alex, good morning.
Good morning. I believe Raila taught us a lot. He was a national leader, and he has left us with a test. A test to elect leaders who have the interests of the public. And I believe Wakenya tumejifunza mengi kutoka kwake. I believe the upcoming election is going to be a testimony that Raila taught us a lot, and we are able to elect our leaders without being tribal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your call this morning. Of course, hearing from more people as you call in. I want to just take a sample of what's happening on socials this morning real quick before we come back to calls, and I know that they're coming in. But just what folks are saying. Dennis, you want to give us some of those?
Let me just check that real quick. So these are the samples of what people are saying online, right? So let's just look at what on our stream Kenyans are saying. And it's all about the conversation on what have we learned from the man Raila Odinga. And if we could just go, there's Pan-African who says Jamriambo means a liar. And as well as, as we talk about, is the government doing right by the people? The poll already is at 90% saying no, and 10% saying yes. Now, Vincent, it is very clear that even before had not died, there was division among the Luo, mostly from Central and South, where late Tom Mboya came from, but Raila was working hard to bring the Luo together. Does it mean that now imepasuka katikati, that Raila is not there? You know, and ODM supporters need to ask themselves if they will be voting Baba's will or their own moving forward? When exactly will you be free is the question. And the truth is that ODM party has officially died and buried together with Raila Odinga in Luo Nyanza. Election tickets used to be bought by the current MPs, governors, senators. This has ended. That is according to Langat Musema Kweli. And we see Tuflani says ODM supporters need to ask themselves if they'll be voting for Baba, and Mkwana agrees with that. And Aposi MOU, we can be free only when we are able to differentiate between two things. One, who is a follower, and one, a supporter. Henry Tarus, Baba never gave us directions.
Okay, well, interesting, because then you have, a cross-section of folks and different ideas. We'll take some more of your calls as we're coming through it. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Wanda. I'm calling from Nairobi.
Yes, Wanda. What are your thoughts? What did we learn? And what way next?
My thoughts is, at one point, I know Raila asked himself, what's next? And when he knew that one day he will exit the political space, I know there was someone he was molding from somewhere. And it's just a matter of time to know who it is. And he will come out and say that I was the one who was behind Baba, and it's time for me to take lead of this ODM. Because the ones who Raila owed, he made them be in government, because he owed the likes like Badi and Opio and I to...
Owed them what?
He owed them the support they gave him all along since 2007.
So he was paying back by offering them... Okay.
Cabinet.
Let me ask the question. Between the two, who owed who? Were these individuals voted to power because they supported Raila, or was Raila credible in their locales because he supported them?
Raila owed them the support because he knew that at one point he would have left, and it would be wrong for him to leave them with nothing. Because after even losing the 2002 elections, he knew he still owed someone like Joho, a cabinet minister. You see? Yeah, and he made sure he left them a place for them to say Raila didn't leave us barehanded. And then he made the party be governed by the youth, like Sifuna, and he changed the management early enough so that when he exits the place, it could be easy for the management to now be in charge of the party.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your call, Rhonda. Thank you for talking to us about that, Rhonda. As we take more calls from other folks this morning. 0732 142650. There seems to be an ideology now called Odingaism, and folks are saying with the death of Raila, Odingaism, where it was almost cult-like, that you didn't read, you didn't question, you didn't, interrogate, so long as Baba has said, this is what we are going to do. Langat seems to imagine that with the death of Raila Odinga, Odingaism is also on its way out. I mean, if the ideology is named after the man, one would then just assume the same. That there's something that he held, though. So the question still remains: what lessons have been learned by Kenya on this? The impact that he had on Kenya's political development, socioeconomic themes cannot be understated. They cannot be forgotten. They cannot be ignored. That I actually was sitting listening to the president on Mashujaa Day, and I was at 26. Daniel Karaoke, who's a reporter for KTN, may have had a little bit more in terms of that number. But that's the number of times that Raila Odinga was mentioned by the president. I'm not even talking about other people. So then one must ask the question, you can't ignore something that was such a magnanimous force. And so if that was the case, what are these lessons then that were essentially learned? And that's the question that we're asking you this morning. We'll take some more of your calls on 0732 142650. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, yes, how are you?
Very well. How are you doing, sir?
Fine. My name is Kefas.
Yes, Kefas.
I come from Kasipul constituency.
Yes, you're about to do an election.
Yes, I want to contribute. I want to donate a thought.
Okay.
Yes, we have a lot to learn. First and foremost, we need to learn that for us to to make change happen, we must be brave and courageous, and we must be consistent. But on a third note, we've not been voting for our candidates because we love them or because we consider their ability to lead or to deliver.
Why have you been voting?
But in most cases, especially in Kasipul constituency, I'll tell you very quickly about the late Honorable Carlson on the way. Recently, you saw there was an attempt to rig in his son. And I'm telling you, even people who used to vote for the late Were, it was not because they loved him. It was because they wanted to please Raila. Because once Raila makes a choice and you disobey that, you will not be in good terms. Were was the worst MP that we've ever had in our constituency. And the truth be told, whenever this man bought buses, school buses, through the CDF money, he got a Probox car as a kickback.
With every bus came a Probox.
With every bus came a Probox, and this is the truth. So, like, you consider most of the schools where you should have considered putting up a library or a laboratory, so that students can perform well in sciences, you give them a bus. So you make them blind so that this bus can be hired by the villagers. People in the community can always hire the buses. So where is good because he bought a bus? You don't consider that he should have considered something else that would improve the quality of the school.
So let me ask the question.
Now, talk about the leadership in ODM. I listened very carefully to Sifuna's speech during the interment of Baba. There was a lot of sense. And, they consider some of these people as being rebellious. They're not being rebellious. They're saying we should have the democratic space. We've had people like Gladys Wanga, and forcing people to vote for so and so. And so I think what we need to do as a nation or as a community, there are many political parties. I really watch you people. I watch SpiceFM every day. Yesterday I saw Mata. There are several parties. There are alternatives. Let's not take Ruto serious. He will say anything. He will tell everyone that, I discussed this with Raila, so they can take the vote from the Luo. I saw Tony Gachoka. Now, if they have this KANU arrangement, KANU, KK, Jubilee, then I think ODM will be like a toothless dog in that coalition. So that's my concern.
So do you believe that the absence of Baba, finally, that the people from the Nyanza region are free?
I strongly believe that we will have now that freedom. Look at David Ochieng. David Ochieng is doing very well in Uganda. And you see, he does not belong to ODM. So with the multipartism came the freedom that we need. We need to have many political parties in Luoland as possible, not just one. That you have to vote for ODM, you have to vote for ODM member, even if it doesn't bring in development, you have to vote for. No, it's time. And I think it's God's will. The Bible says not even a sparrow will fall off the sky unless it's according to God.
It's according to God's will.
God allowed for Raila's death. Good morning.
It's time. Thank you so much for your call, Kefas. Maybe we'll take one or two more calls as we get towards the end of this hour, just to be able to hear what folks are thinking and that make it part of discourse. This is what the people... And one of the things, and we said we don't have a depth of conversation enough. We reserve the right to complain, but also we are not offering solutions or coming together to form that unified force that you speak of. Let's take one more call, or a couple of us, we get into it. Hello, good morning. Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Musa from Kusu.
Sorry, your name is?
Musa from Kusu.
Okay, Karibu Sana, good morning. Tell us what your thoughts are, sir.
Thank you. I come from Luo Nyanza.
Yes.
And I agree with what the folks are saying. As much as Baba fought for multipartism, and at the same time, if you look well, you realize that they are the same people who are against the multipartism. To be in the ODM, yet there is freedom for everybody to get ourselves in any party that we wish to be in. There are folks in the ODM party that were not left in the broad-based, and they did not at the same time rebel to be in the opposition with the other team. Now they are left floating, and that is the worry that they have. And that worry is why now they are crying that the ODM should be ODM. But the folks that ODM and in the broad-based want the ODM to remain the broad-based. So there is a divide.
So, Musa, it's not for the people, it's for them, from what you're saying.
Yes, it is for them. They feel left hanging. They are not in the broad-based, and they are not in the opposition, and yet they are in the ODM, but they don't belong anywhere. So they are worried.
I hear you on that. Thanks. Thanks for your call, Musa. Yes.
Thank you. At the same time, just one more.
Yes.
Baba used to give us people. He used to stand with people. So that if you want to stand and survive in the ODM, you alliance with Baba. He comes, back you up. He raises your hand in front of the people, and then you are the one. Find your way out through Baba. Now, those kind of people are now afraid that there is nobody to raise their hands. And the people, is me and you, know that we did not vote for them because they were just given to us. Now we are going to choose our own people. It doesn't matter from which party you are going to come up with. You come, we give you our vote because we know you can deliver. This is what is going to happen in the other region, mostly. See? So this is what is lacking. The laws have been oppressed because of one person. Instituted people that this is the person you're going to give. Because they were the puppet party members, maybe there are some token giving. You know? So there is going to be a lot of interesting leaders going to come and rise, like the other guy was talking about the star. Now the big star is gone. They're going to be very stars. And people are going to enjoy because we're going to vote in people that we just like, people that we believe in, people who can deliver for us.
Thank you so much, Musa, for your call this morning. Indeed, to then be able to hear from you. And let's take some more of these thoughts that we hear from people on our socials today. A quick look at that, even as we come to the top. And I know that more calls coming in. We'll have an opportunity to talk probably at a later time. Langat says that this is not a fight or divisions amongst Luos, for example. We wouldn't accept to watch anyone divide Luos for political benefit. The lessons learned, according to Mkwama, is that people need to vote for values they want, for the Kenya they want. Unfortunately, we tend to vote for personalities. Others say, thanks for bringing this segment to interact with Kenyans, to hear about our views, not always. Indeed, to hear from Kenyans, very important. Popsy says, Kenyans must learn not to be followers, but supporters who can really make a choice to walk away from unpalatable ideologies. Fighting for the Constitution is what we've adopted, according to Langat. Rule of law and freedom and rights of Kenyans. I pray to God that we keep the fire burning. Indeed, Langat, there is definitely a promise that we will keep towards that. Masao Gloria says, majority of sitting leaders will not go back to office from 2027. They are panicking wherever they are. That's one to look at. Laban says, someone who says what people want to hear. This is a problem, and we also need to look at that. Vincent says, between UDA and ODM, which party is most likely to die and go back? Because the President, Ruto, said clearly he will not let ODM die. I mean, it goes on and on. And you know what strikes me, even as we come to the top of this, is that Kenyans have a lot to say.
Yeah.
Now, with all that Kenyans have a lot to say about, it is time that Kenyans do.
Yeah, and I think it's not about speaking. 2027 is here. What will you do?
What will you do with what you know and what you think and what you see and what you imagine and what you feel? What are you going to do about it?
And with the freedom some of you say you now have, what will you do with
What will you do with it? So we can talk and we can pontificate and we can sensationalize and we can mourn, which we must, and we can imagine or we can politic. But what will you do? Conversations with Rarieda Member of Parliament, Constituent Member of Parliament, Otiende Amolo joins us. Good morning at 8:03. Thank you for all your calls. Of course, our conversations that we can continue to have together, one to another, and we'll make sure that we keep doing that. But of course, the question remains, what will you do at 8:03?
third world country. We are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is this?
First of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, and you're tuned in to Kenya's biggest conversation this Wednesday, actually. It's the 22nd of October. And as we get into conversations this morning, we're coming round about yet another one that we will have. If you're tuned in, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and also our audience on KTN this morning. Good to have you here as we continue into this. Joining us for this conversation this morning, you know how they say there's some things that appear like Halley's Comet every 85 years. And I don't know when the next one will be, but there's a rare sighting of Rarieda constituency member of parliament, Otiende Amolo. And he's here in the Situation Room this morning. Mahesh, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm good, in the circumstances.
In the circumstances. Of course, our deepest condolences, and those continue. They will for a while, to then be able to soften that sore spot that is there. But it's good that you've come, and thank you for doing that. Talking is cathartic, as they say.
Yeah, that is. It is. It's exactly a week since Mzee passed away, and so it's been a very eventful 7 days.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to be here to talk to Kenyans as we all share in the grief. I just didn't know I was that rare. I know that in the past few months, I was on a self-imposed sabbatical from media appearances. But I think the death of Raila Amolo Odinga has shocked us back to action.
Well, I'm glad that you chose to be here this morning on your comeback. Dennis would like to share a proverb with you. And of course, we'd love your interpretation.
Yeah, so the proverb today comes from Cape Verde, also known as Cabo Verde. And it is a country that was discovered by the Portuguese explorers in the 15th century, around 1456. At this time, it was uninhabited and became an important slave trade hub between Africa, Europe, and the Americas. Now, it gained independence from Portugal July 5th, 1975. But from this great country, we have the proverb, what is united will not be lost. What is united will not be lost. How would you interpret that?
I think that's probably a proverb that has the same meaning as we always say, a people united cannot be defeated. And essentially that's what it is. That in solitude, you can only do so much. But in unity, you'll do much, much more. Much more. And an interesting proverb at this time, because I think that's exactly what we need in my party, ODM, at this particular time. Yes.
It's interesting that you said that, because we can jump right into the waters, can't we, Otiende? Because you say you need unification. You need unity in the party. Is that to suggest that there isn't?
As you know, historically, ODM, we are this year we are celebrating 20 years since the creation of ODM. And in those 20 years, ODM has grown to be the biggest party in this country. And not just in this country. I believe it's the biggest party in East, Central, and Southern Africa. It can be contested whether it's bigger than the ANC or not, but it is indeed the biggest in this region. It is also the one party that is most democratic in terms of expression. In ODM, we have always tolerated divergent opinion, and our fallen leader himself would allow and encourage divergent opinion on a number of subjects, so much so that people would ask, how come if some people speak, they say this, he supports, the opposite number speak and he supports. That is the ODM. And I'm saying that we need to sustain that, because there are people who have misinterpreted the expressions, even within the ODM, even after Mzee has passed on, to mean that they are wrangles. Those are not wrangles. Those are democratic expressions of opinion, which will has always been the case and will be the case until the organs of the party formally meet to take a position. And that is when the majority will have their way in terms of persuasion. So those are democratic expressions. They are not wrangles. But at the end of the day, we need, as we have always needed, unity of the party. Also, as we face the various by-elections that are now coming, and it is the first time that we are going to face these by-elections without the appearance of our fallen leader. So we certainly need to sustain that unity.
We talk about unity at a time when, especially on Sunday, when Baba was being buried, and statements that were made there, and there was a clear divide on that. And as we look at ODM as a party, many are asking what is left of the party, because one would say, even callers have called us and say, ODM was Baba and Baba was ODM. How does ODM shake that ideology that without Baba it's dead?
Well, the ODM was founded in turbulent times. Mm-hmm. It was at a time when we had the original ODM with the bigger ODM, where even Kalonzo was in and all that. And we only discovered with very few days to the elections that my friend Maanzo had secretly taken the registration certificate. He had taken it, and basically, with my other friend Kalonzo Musyoka, they had bolted with it. And we had to quickly find a way of registering a party. Fortunately, Wakili Imanyara had already registered a party which he was willing to give to us. And so we had to go to the registrar to persuade the registrar to change the name so that the name could be ODM. The registrar was unyielding. And on that day, we marched to the Attorney General's chambers. As they usually would do, they locked us out, refusing us entry. We climbed that gate, myself, TJ Kajwang, and Janet Ongera. We scaled that gate and physically pushed the administration police officers who were there, and we stormed the office of the registrar. We refused to leave. There was a standoff for about 3 hours. So as we were inside, and the ODM members were starting to swell around the AG's chambers, and it was becoming totally unmanageable. They brought the police, they tear-gassed people, but people were not leaving. That's when they decided to give us that certificate, at least to ease the tension. So we walked out of that compound. Again, they still didn't open for us the gate. We came out the way we had gone, by scaling the gate, and then amid jubilation. Now that's how we got the certificate for ODM. From that time to date, the single leader and symbol of ODM has been Raila Amolo Odinga. So there's no going saying that without him, there's a void there that is difficult to fill. Fortunately, though, over the years, the ODM has established, I think, more than any other party, very, very clear structures, from the Central Committee to the National Executive Committee, to the National Governing Council, and various layers of leadership, from the party leader and 3 deputy party leaders, from the party chair, 4 deputy chairs, the Secretary General and the assistant, the treasurer, and all those. And so there are very clear organs from the grassroots. The ODM is the only party which has every 20 members and officials in virtually every polling station. So that the total officials, forget about members of ODM alone, in excess, they're about, because we have about 44,000 polling stations. Right. You can multiply by 20. So although our leader is gone, our structures remain, our constitution remains, and I believe that we will be able to weather this storm because of those structures, because of the constitution.
Sure. It's interesting that you say that, because when we look at then folks that surrounded Raila Odinga, you have been a constant. You've been there in the party. And on the other side of this is almost a sycophancy. When we look at people who supported and followed, or did both, because the two are not the same. Those who supported and followed, and those who just supported, and those who just followed Raila Odinga, many have even given it an ideology called Odingaism, that all he needed to do was speak, and people would do. He would walk, and people would follow. He would say, do this, and people would do it. There is speculation now that because he is gone, then people will no longer follow, do, speak, because he said, whether it is people outside the party or people within the party. Is that true?
There's a lot of truth in that. The charisma that Raila exuded is one that is not easy to replace. The enigma that he was enabled him to juggle so many things, to bring diversity of opinions into a unity of purpose and voice. And so those who say that are actually quite right. But as they say, life must continue, and the party must also continue. What we need to do is, in the absence of such a strong voice, such charisma, what must replace it is the singular speech and voice of the party. That we may disagree in terms of our approaches, but once we sit down as a party and decide, then we all agree with the singular voice of the party. That is what must happen now. Now, let me explain something around that. I know that even from the speeches at the funeral, there are those who interpreted it that there's a divergence of opinion. For example, when Sifuna spoke, when Osoti spoke, and when the other spoke. There are those who are, saying that, there are those who wish that we draw away from the support of President Ruto. There are those who wish that we continue and sustain it. And then there are also those who are not quite in the party now. They remain members, like the Waziri Mbadi, Waziri Opiyo Wandayi, Waziri Oparanya and Joho. They are no longer officials, but they remain members of the party, but they've joined the executive. Now, we have to be very clear when people are speaking as whom they are speaking, okay? First of all, my understanding is that so far from all the speeches, there is no divergence in terms of where we are, and let me explain it. We had signed the 10-point framework agreement that Raila signed with Ruto that requires certain things to be done. Some are being done, some have not been done. We are all united in urging the president to honor Raila Amolo Odinga by ensuring that the 10-point agenda is fully implemented. There's no divergence on that.
Sorry,
Number
so if
two.
that is not implemented, then there's no support for Raila Odinga?
No. We've not said that. We've said to honor the life of Raila Odinga. Let us ensure that the 10 points are fully implemented. That's number one. Number two, in that context, we joined the broad-based government. Like any government, it has a 5-year lifespan. The 5-year lifespan of this government is up to 2027, which means we continue, and no one has said others, we will continue to support this government in the context of the broad-based government for its lifespan. That is up to 2027. Now, up to his death, Raila had not pronounced himself on what happens in 2027 moving forward. Now, that's where the speculation begins. There are those, of course, who are already in the executive, yes, who naturally must urge the party to continue its support beyond 2027. And you cannot fault them because they're already in the executive, as they have robustly expressed, Honorable Wandayi, Honorable Mbadi, and the others. That's number one. Number two, there are those in the party, like our Secretary General, who say that this agreement was only up to 2027. That also is a fact. And that beyond 2027, we must determine what to do. And that chances are that the ODM might have a candidate. That is something that had been said even when Raila was alive. And in fact, that is something that even Raila himself said. So whether he would be the candidate or not is a matter of speculation. Some are even saying that the candidate, the ODM candidate, might actually be President Ruto. I mean, ODM is a democratic party. Anyone is allowed to join, and then we determine who becomes the candidate. And then there are those who say that the broad-based means 2-term for President Ruto. Now, that's beyond 2027. And as I'd said, up to that point, anybody is allowed to speculate. There are those who want us to say 2-term for President Ruto. There are those who want us to say we do not have a candidate, we support President Ruto. There are those who say we must have a candidate, and then there are those who say we can have a candidate, it can even be President Ruto. All those are speculative, and all that is democratic, because the framework agreement does not cover that point.
Okay.
That is the point where we as a party will be discussing. So all those expressions are quite consistent with the framework agreement. They are consistent with what Raila said. They are consistent with democracy. So that is not a disagreement.
So when you talk about the broad-based arrangement, the 10-point agenda, I mean, it's been a while. And the simple question that Kenyans would want to ask today is, fine, you got into these arrangement, broad-based government, there are 10 points that you wanted to implement, but there's always a scorecard. How has it fared as a member of ODM? You are in Parliament. Some of these issues would land in the National Assembly. How have you fared with implementing the 10-point agenda? Have we made any strides?
Well, I think there are areas that have been covered, but there are many more areas that have not been covered. I would say that we are lagging behind in terms of implementation. Some of the areas are actually quite difficult. You know, like one of the areas we are grappling with is how to deal with the 2/3 gender in terms of implementation. And as we speak, there's even a proposal that has been brought to amend the constitution, and we are actively discussing it. And the question is, we amend the constitution and increase the number of nominated women, and by that calculation, I think we would be increasing it by about 91 to achieve it. And the opposite question is, do we have the finances to sustain additional members of parliament? And so we're actively discussing it. This is a discussion that has taken the last 15 years.
Indeed.
You can't just resolve it immediately. But it is the recognition that it was not moving so fast, that President Ruto and Raila Odinga appointed a 5-team. You remember that 5-team led by Dr. Agnes Zani?
Yes.
To fast-track that implementation, to look into the specifics of what there is, and they are actively on it. So I believe that, and they have been engaging. I think they were given a limited period. I believe we should be able to achieve most, up to maybe at least 80% of what the framework agreement considered, if not 100%. But some of them are not easy. Easy matters.
We live in a pressure cooker society whereby you're not interested in having the thing on the coals for it to cook slowly. You want it in 7 minutes, you want it out now. Raila Odinga's buried on Sunday. And of course, many things are already popping out. Otiende, who's going to lead the party? Will Oburu Oginga be the one who leads the party? All the things that you talk about, people want to know who is the one who is going to lead to ensure all of these things be done. And with the fissures that, whether they are imagined or real, folks are asking, who's going to lead? And that also could be a bone of contention. Is it?
Yeah, well, that's where Kenyans need more patience than that pressure cooker society you're talking about. We've been urging Kenyans and we've been urging our members to at least allow some mourning period, some little healing opportunity, and not jump into these speculations and issues that as if we were in a hurry, you know, to make sure our fallen leader is immediately replaced. For now, as the National Executive Committee, we met on the day that Raila's remains were being brought, and we unanimously endorsed his brother, Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga, as the acting party leader. In terms of anyone wanting to know, that should be sufficient for now. He is the acting party leader, and the organs of the party will meet later and make a decision for confirmation or otherwise. That, therefore, should be sufficient for now. But, you know, the problem with people, it's at two levels. It's the question of who will lead the party.
Yes.
That has already been answered because Dr. Buru is the acting party leader. But then there, as a community, there are also those who are asking who will lead the community.
Or who will replace Raila Odinga.
Who will replace Raila Odinga. You know, these things, for party leadership, you can meet, you can elect, and it is resolved. For a question like who will lead the community, that is not an elective position. That is not a thing that you can declare that I am now the leader of the community. Those are things that emerge with time. Raila was never elected to lead the Luo. He emerged to lead the Luo. And he started, even when Jaramogi was still alive, he had already started rising. So in terms of who will lead the Luo, we will leave that to time. And we are not in a hurry because that's not an elective seat. We will see how that plays. It might well be, and we hope not. You know, the Luo are a very interesting people. Historically, do you know most kingdoms were established by the Luos, including the kingdoms in Uganda, including the Baganda kingdom, the Banyoro kingdom, most of those kingdoms. And what they would do is they would come, establish a kingdom, install a king, and then rebel against that king and move on, and leave the king and the family, you know, to become part, you know, of the tribe, you know, where they had installed them. So that is what happened, and until they got to Kenya and established the Wanga kingdom. And then moved on from the Wanga kingdom. I see
you laughed at that, but
okay. So the Luos are not an easy people. They are not a people you can impose yourself that I'm now your leader. They are people who can choose to accept you or otherwise, and that we will leave to time.
Okay, I have to ask you a question about what the president said. And he was clear that we are not going to allow anything to break this apart. In your assessment, was he referring to the broad-based government, or was he referring to the ODM party? Because speaker after speaker after speaker, speculation after speculation was that the ODM party must remain. Whether we're talking about Waziri Joho, Opiyo Wandayi, John Mbadi, James Orengo, Osotsi, everybody, Gladys Wanga herself as the chair of the party, everybody came out. Millie Odhiambo came and said the same thing. You did yourself, that the party must remain intact in order for whatever to happen. The president also seemingly said the same thing. But what we don't know is whether he was referring to ODM as the party, which would give rise to maybe he could be a candidate for ODM, or whether he was referring to the broad-based government. What's the case here?
In my understanding, the president could only have been referring to the broad-based government, because there is no way President William Ruto, who's the leader of UDA, can then speak for ODM, which is, for all intents and purposes, a party in competition with UDA. It is my understanding, and that is why all were united in strengthening the party. Whether we decide to support William Ruto in 2027 by not having a candidate, whether we decide to have a candidate to run against William Ruto, whether we decide to if you want, accept William Ruto as a candidate in our party, the first thing that must be done is that ODM must be strong as a party and not be swallowed by UDA or any other party. And that is not to deny support to the broad-based government. We are in the broad-based government because the government is UDA, but we as ODM have come and lended support to UDA by donating our experts. If we were to be weakened to the point that we do not have a strong voice, then we would not have a party. And certainly, the president cannot, for now, cannot be the spokesperson for ODM. In fact, for ODM to be useful even to the president or UDA, ODM itself must be strong independently as a party. Then my understanding is that when it comes to 2027, if President Ruto still desires the support of ODM, then we must enter a structured negotiation again. We must be very clear that if we are to support UDA, what are the gains? What are the bargaining points? And we cannot do that if we are strong, if we are not strong. We cannot do that if we allow ourselves to be swallowed into UDA for now. And that is why, irrespective of what anyone says, we must remain strong and independent as a party first. Then we can have a strong bargaining and negotiation position. Otherwise, we would have been swallowed into UDA, and there would be no interest in negotiating anything with ODM. And that is why my understanding is that the president could only be talking about the broad-based. The president, what the president needs to do is to maintain non-interference with the ODM as a party. That is what would be helpful.
I mean, let's look at the broad-based 10-point agenda. And the reason why I'm talking about the 10-point agenda is at the time when it was formed, one of the key agendas that was there was to deal with police brutality, and that comes to an end. And at the time when those were the irreducible minimum, you see a year later, and there was the killing again of Kenyans in the country. And one would say that we did not hear the voice of ODM as had been before. But let's extrapolate that even further to when Raila Odinga was being taken to Kasarani, and we saw Kenyans who were killed in the presence of a man who fought for these rights, a man who, through the broad-based government, has said no to police brutality. But up to this point, you look at the legacy that was Raila Odinga, and his party, ODM, has not spoken about the killings that happened on the very day. Begs the question, why then is ODM in a union that whose leadership is going against the very agenda that they agreed to deal with in the first place?
First of all, I think a number of people have called out that issue. You remember even at the funeral, Dr. Nyamweya spoke to it. And certainly, police brutality is of serious concern, which is why it was in the framework agreement, and it is a work in progress. And I must say that while I think that the police have shown greater restraint than was the case. You remember, like when we were doing the demos and all, the brutality was at another level. In later times, even with the demos that I now saw, the police have generally shown more restraint. Not that police brutality is gone, it is still there. But I think the fact of having put it in the agenda, required, and with the change of leadership at the IG level and at various other levels below, I think the police have shown a little more restraint. I will tell you, for example, that on the day Raila was brought, and we had all calculated that it would be brought to Parliament, and there was a way that, it had been agreed. And we had all thought that having called Kenyans not to go to the airport, but instead to come to Parliament, Kenyans would come to Parliament and line up and wait. But Kenyans are Kenyans, and when they're mourning their greatest hero, it's a different matter. They broke all cordons at the airport, and they came even up to the airside. Now, the police showed restraint at the airport because they could have tried to use force to prevent them from coming. But I think, acutely aware of the situation, they decided that they would rather allow the breach of air protocols, and by the way, of course, we raised some things there, than use force. Then when it came now to Kasarani, first Parliament. I left the airport and dashed to Parliament because I had still hoped that we would manage. While in Parliament, as we were having a brief meeting with the committee, because I was representing I was actually calling the committee, then we realized that the crowd that was waiting had actually already breached, and they were in the process of breaching the walls of Parliament. Some were on top of the gate. And when I went, I realized that there were hundreds of thousands of people outside of Parliament, and they were threatening, to come into Parliament. Well, even up to that point, the police at least restrained themselves. You could see they had just pulled back. It took me, and I think Babu, we had to jump into that crowd, just to try and talk to them and tell them that what they are doing, if they breach Parliament, they will actually not just be betraying they will be giving the police a reason to stop people from viewing. So we jump right into them and talk to them, and since many of them, they were all Baba's followers, but a majority of them were Luo, obviously. So we were even talking to them in Luo and persuading them and all. Let's just say we managed to stop them from breaching Parliament. Okay? And so as they were coming, in communication, once it was decided that the body goes to Kasarani, because when we were telling them, now we are going to view in Kasarani, they were telling us, no, you people, you must have hidden Baba's remains somewhere. He's not going to Kasarani. So we made sure that the group that was moving toward Kasarani moved slowly enough around Parliament so that they could see. And that's when a majority of them joined the convoy as it was going to Kasarani. Now, and in Kasarani, I think there was a mistake collectively as organizers, because the state had taken over. All this was being organized by the state, essentially the military. But I think the military are not a very communicative unit. So there was no one in Kasarani to keep talking to people to tell them what was happening. And what was happening, one, is Raila's body had to be moved to Kasarani, but the viewing could not start immediately because they had to do the embalming, having been transported. Now, in that time, Raila is not at the airport, he's not in Kasarani, and there's a lull. So people are thinking they were duped, and no one is talking to them, you see. So that lull and that delay, I think, was the problem. And it was the problem enough that caused the attack. Now, at that point, I think it's understandable that the police may have used force to restrain forceful. But I think they should, at the very most, have used rubber bullets, not live bullets. Because it is clear from the autopsy report that all who died out of bullet wounds. And I thought that rubber bullets would restrain enough without having to kill anyone. And therefore, I personally call out the police for that. I think that was totally wrong. We should not have lost lives for people mourning Raila Amolo Odinga. Yes.
Okay. So even as, obviously that should not have happened. It's been called out on very many occasions since then by a number of people. And just looking at then what happens thereafter, and looking at a legacy that was left by Raila Odinga, it's not something that can be forgotten. And I've been talking about this for the last couple of days, that my mind goes to the video of the young lady during the protests in 2024. And she said, Agwambo, leave it to us. You have done this for the longest time. You have taught us. Now, let us go and do this. So that spirit is very much alive now. This is somebody who is educated. She's thinking. She's clear on what she is seeking for the country for tomorrow, coming from what Raila Odinga has said. So she knows the agenda for the people. Now, I want to go to some of the people who are surrounding Raila, who, from what we hear, might be scared, honestly scared, because they may not come back to government. That people voted them in because Raila said so. Is that fear genuine?
Well, it might or it might not. And from where I sit, I think there's a sense in which there's been an exaggeration in terms of who Raila made to be elected or otherwise.
Okay.
I can tell you that, for example, this last elections in 2022, in all the elective positions, from governor to senator, member of parliament, and at least up to member of parliament, what, at the instructions of Raila, the party did surveys, very quiet surveys, not by one company, but by two and three companies, three separate companies. And the surveys would be like in Rarieda, where I represent.
Yes.
Who are the candidates? What are their popularity rates? For the whole country. Where you hear that there are people who got direct tickets, it's because those ratings by three different companies brought results showing that the popularity rate, is above 70%. In those instances, Raila instructed it would be a waste of money to conduct party primaries, because party primaries are quite expensive. Those who don't know might think that those who got direct ticket, it was because Raila had their hand. No, Raila is a very practical man, was a very practical man. He would only give you the direct ticket once he was sure that you'd win. There are instances, and some people blame Raila. For example, in game, my friend, the late Jacoyo Midiwo, did not get the ticket. Why? Because of this same assessment, despite the fact that he was Raila's cousin and a very close confidant, twice. So Raila would practically follow the scientific, ratings. Where the rating was low, then the party primaries would be conducted. In other words, it is my understanding that those who are rated highly would still be rated highly even if Raila Amolo Odinga is not there, because I believe we would still use the same processes. Okay? But it is also true that there are people who depended on Raila to be sustained or even for politics, especially not so much in terms of ratings, but in terms of agenda. Okay? But you know what? Elections should be about serving the people. If the people you serve determine that you have done your bit or failed to do your bit and need to elect somebody else, there should not be any problem, because that is the nature of elections. And so I think that we're in a situation, just like we are facing the by-elections that are coming now, we're in a situation where people will still robustly, who voters, they will still robustly either be elected or unelected. And if you are not elected, you just thank the people for having given you the opportunity to lead them. Okay. If you are elected, it is your business to do that which you promised the people to do.
Let's take that to the presidential level. Because also, and it's interesting because this conversation is around speculation, but to a great degree, but truthfully, speculation sometimes then becomes a reality. Now, when this happened, before anything had even been said or done, speculation again was rife that President William Ruto then may be a bit nervous about the future. Entering into a broad-based government, one of the things that they said very clearly at that time was that there needed to be some kind of stability in the country, especially following the protests against the finance bill in the middle of 2024. And that to join hands into government in this instant would bring about, an acceptable level of peace, and that there would be some kind of stability. And ODM coming into this agreement with the Kenya Kwanza government essentially is what was seen to be able to do this under the leadership of Raila Odinga. Exit Raila Odinga, and that support then seems as though it's wobbly. So, does the president have something to worry about?
Well, certainly. And I think in his speech in Bondo, the president acknowledged that. He acknowledged that the absence of Raila certainly puts him in a difficult position. I mean, that is the naked truth. Because it is true, as you say, that where the country was headed, had Raila not joined hands with William Ruto, we could have been in a different position. And that explains one of Raila's most outstanding qualities, the love of the nation of Kenya as a nation. Throughout the years, you will realize that no matter what it was, if it came to a stage where the nation of Kenya as a nation was threatened, Raila would back down, even against opposition. In 2007, a lot of the people around Raila, including President Ruto right now, did not want Raila to back down, to join in the unity government. A lot of people were against it, but he insisted and said, we cannot take Kenya to the dogs. And that is the position he has maintained in every other subsequent election. And that is the position he maintained during the Gen Z's revolution. It was not for him, it was not for ODM, but it was for Kenya as a country. So the fact, the nervousness is real, and the president himself has conceded that. But I think that, there are moments when things can happen. And if that moment passes, usually you do not, it's not easy to reenact it. I think that while some of the concerns by the Gen Zs have been addressed, many have still not been addressed, but that moment passed. That is not to say that we can, wish away what the Gen Zs were raising. They must still be addressed. But I think that moment, it was actually a revolutionary moment. I think it passed. I think it toned down. And we have got to a situation where, and it's very sad, that in Raila passing, I've been seeing a lot of, in the social media, even the Gen Zs themselves are in disagreement. There are some Gen Zs who unfortunately have been celebrating the death of Raila, and there are Gen Zs who are mourning, and so they've ended up in this fierce exchange, almost violent exchange on social media. The point is, the unity of the Gen Zs at that point and the purpose for which they were, united was real. It was hijacked by other people who wanted to use it for a different reason, and we can discuss that at a later date. But that moment passed. The president is nervous and has to be nervous, but I do not think that the death of Raila Amolo Odinga by itself can, recreate that moment. So I believe that President Ruto will and should get service term up to 2027. Beyond, we can discuss. But I also believe that we must all strive to address all those issues that were of concern to the Gen Zs.
Do you think that Kenyans today, as we sit and remember the person Raila Odinga was in terms of his democracy and fight for freedoms that we have today, that Kenyans, where they are, and even when Kenyans get out to go to the streets, that they embody the legacy that the man has left, that Kenyans today would say the foundation blocks that were built by this man, Raila Odinga, are what you're building on to make Kenya a better place. Are you able to say, or are you able to comment in terms of Kenyans know their rights, Kenyans will get out to fight their rights, and that as a leadership we see a people who know what they want and we don't have an option but to play right by them?
Both yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the surviving legacy and the greatest legacy that Raila ever gave this country is an enlarged democratic space. And anyone who knows anything about this country and about Raila will acknowledge that the democratic space we enjoy right now is courtesy of not only but topmost Raila Amolo Odinga. And that is why Kenyans will go to the streets, and in this country, there's not a single day that there's not a demonstration somewhere. A lot of times you watch news and it's one demonstration to other, so the first 5 clips are about demos in different places. That democratic space that Kenyans enjoy is courtesy topmost of Raila Amolo Odinga. And so Kenyans can rest assured and continue enjoying that. But at the same time, no. Because one of the things Raila fought the most was tribalism. Unfortunately, in this country today, tribalism continues to rear its ugly head, even in unfortunate situations like the death of Raila. I must call out, for example, you saw the video of the governor of Nyeri, Governor Kahiga, celebrating the death of Raila and saying that was God's work, that God had to eliminate the Luo leader because the Ruto's government was now taking resources that belong to the Kikuyus, to the Luo. It is quite unfortunate. In any proper democracy, not only must he resign as the vice chair of the Council of Governors, he actually needs to resign as a governor. If as a governor you can think and celebrate death of somebody based on tribalism, it tells you how deep it is. And what's worse is that as he was saying that, the crowd that was there was cheering. It tells you how deep in tribalism we still are. It is unfortunate that although many have mourned Raila, and if you look at those who went to receive his body at the airport, to those who are in Kasarani, to those who are in Nyayo, to those who are in Kisumu and Bondo, a lot of my colleagues from Mount Kenya skipped all those events, most of them.
Why?
It is my opinion that it is still a result of tribalism because of the perception of, some of the utterances by the former deputy president and utterances by people like Governor Kahiga that is trying to create and balkanize, the Kikuyu as a tribe. And that if you are seen either sympathizing too much with the death of Raila or at his funeral and all, your electorate will mark you out. And I believe it is that fear that kept a lot of them away. It is all about tribalism. So unfortunately, while we all agree that the democratic space has improved courtesy of Raila and we all enjoy it, tribalism has not improved. And although Raila tried to fight it both in deed and action, unfortunately, it is embedded and it is becoming deeper and deeper.
Obviously, yes. It's going to be interesting because we do know that the Council of Governors has actually called a meeting for this morning at 9 o'clock, probably to address this very thing, to look into that. But speaking about things that are said and things that are done, Parliament would appear passed a number of bills that were being signed into law at around the same time that Raila Odinga's death and the news of it was made known to Kenyans. We didn't hear anything from State House until later on in the day. What we did hear before was that these bills had been assented to and signed into law by the president. This was 4 hours after Raila died. And they're already being called controversial bills. They've now been signed into law. And it looks as though they are betraying the very freedoms that Raila spent his life defending. Amongst them is the new Cyber Crimes Act. And it tightens the safeguards against online fraud and harassment and hides in clauses that would muzzle free speech and silent dissent. We can take those 4 words and use them to describe Raila Odinga, whether you woke up in the middle of the night or you did in the first dawn. Those are some of the things that he did fight for. But interestingly on the day, and maybe in this case coincidence doesn't even play, but on the day he died, these bills were signed into law. Call them controversial, call them whatever you want. But in order for them to have been signed into law, Tiende, they were discussed in Parliament. 1, 2, 3 times they were read. They were assented to. They are now law. What are your thoughts around this?
Let me explain first the circumstances of the assent, then I come to Parliament.
Okay.
I have seen, I think a lot of people have faulted the president for signing into law these laws on the very day that Raila died, and they have speculated that he actually learned of Raila's death, then purposed to sign them. That because if he had not signed them until then, because he had feared Raila might not be very happy. I think it's a case of a sad coincidence, because I'm aware that the leadership of Parliament had been invited to State House the previous day. To be there, I think, as early as 6. And the agenda was actually signing these laws into these matters into law. I cannot speak authoritatively as to whether they were signed before he learned or after he learned. But I can tell you for a fact, because I confirmed with some of my colleagues, in the leadership, the whip, that they had been invited the previous day. So I think the purpose to sign them was always there. But I think it was a sad coincidence that they were signed the very morning that we all learned of Raila's death. About Parliament, I can tell you that while the broad-based government is a good thing for this country, I think one of the unintended effects it has had on Parliament is to reduce the level of scrutiny and opposition to bills that may not be good.
Does it mean members of Parliament are failing Kenyans?
Yes, I think we are. What it has done, some of us who question this are then said to be opposed to the broad-based government. I have, for example, because I have usually questioned some of these matters during debate, and then they have then concluded, some people have concluded that I'm one of those who are opposed to the broad-based government. But that is not so. I support the broad-based government, but that 10-point framework agreement does not say anywhere that we must support legislation and proposals even if they are not correct. And therefore, I have continued to speak out against what I think are proposals that are improper at whatever cost. For example, when before the last session, there was proposal to privatize Kenya Pipeline Company, you remember?
Yes.
I spoke very strongly against it, and a lot of our colleagues were in opposition, so that they withdrew the bill. And then, you know the way Parliament works. And then this session, what they then did is on a particular day, when we had seen the order paper, and nothing like privatization of KPC was on it, and so no one was prepared. And then at about 2:30, they circulate another order paper that now has it only to those basically who are in the house. So some of us now learned, and by the time we got there, it had been endorsed within less than 30 minutes or something like that. And I'm on record as questioning the speaker that that is a misuse of amendment of the order paper. The order paper is supposed to notify not just members of parliament, but everyone at large that there will be this business at this time.
Right.
So I called it legislation by ambush. And so some of us have continued to call this. When the cybercrimes law was being debated, we opposed it. But what happens in parliament ultimately? There's something called mood of parliament. That mood is the most difficult thing you can deal with, because you can go there, you have your minute, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 5. You will wax lyrical about why the legislation is bad, what it will do and all that. And the speaker and the rest of your colleagues will just be looking at you. And then the speaker will put the question. Once that question is carried, that's it. Whether you opposed or not, collectively, they will say Parliament passed it. So even those of us who opposed it, you are lost in that sea. And so there's nothing you can do. You can roll on the ground, you can jump, you can go to a witch doctor, but it will not change the decision. So I think that it is true, and I'm on record. I think Parliament needs to be more independent than it is, because collectively we are supposed to check the executive.
So deeper than that,
Yes.
We're saying that, are we saying that because of the broad-based government, members of parliament who ordinarily would be in a position whereby, remember, the sovereignty has been delegated to them in terms of representation, that of the people to then be able to state their will and their desire, has been delegated to this, just under 400 people for the entire country. We're saying essentially, because it's broad-based, that there are members who have shirked their responsibility and want to assume that because we're broad-based, then anything goes. Is that the case?
Yes. Let me explain. Even before the broad-based government, Parliament was passing legislation, policies, motions that some of which were not quite correct. And we would speak to it, we in the opposition, because the UDA, the governing party, had a majority. With the broad-based arrangement, there are those of us in Parliament who see the 10-point agenda, although it does not cover Parliament, but they interpret it to mean that we as ODM are in government, not that we are working with government. My position is that we are working with government. We are not the government. We are in government but working with government. But then there are those who interpret it to mean we are the government. And what therefore they interpret it to mean that any proposal from the executive is a proposal that must be supported. I do not take that position. But the result of that is that now the UDA and team does not just have a majority, it has a super majority. Even the little voices of opposition in terms of adjustment are then quelled, because when you speak, then they say you are opposing the broad-based government. And that is how they have categorized some of us. But I'm not afraid of that. Now, so what that has done is that it has reduced the level of scrutiny of proposals from the executive, because of the perception that we are the government, whatever comes, we are bound to support. And in doing that, we therefore have lost the authority that is given by the people collectively to check the executive. We have voices that endeavor to do that. But when you have the supermajority in Parliament, when you have the Speaker of Parliament, who is actually a leader of one of the parties that form the executive coalition, then you understand why Parliament may not be as robust as it ought to be. And I admit that collectively, we are failing Kenyans. And we ought not to do that. But I think the saving grace is this too. Whether few or however few, I must encourage those of us who still have the courage to call out the things that are wrong, to continue calling them out, even if we lose out in numbers. But secondly, the saving grace is that a lot of times, and if you look at a lot of these laws, if you look at the clips that I usually contribute in Parliament, I would always remind them that remember that we whatever we do might still face scrutiny in court. And in many times, my predictions in terms of how things will go in court have come to pass. So the fact that the courts remain to review what Parliament has done is also another saving grace.
Doesn't the then broad-based arrangement that is there defeat itself, especially on things it's supposed to achieve? Because if Parliament has failed to do that which it's supposed to do because others think that we are in government and we support this, then broad-based is dead on arrival. It's not achieving its purpose.
I think it's an unintended consequence, but it is a consequence. It was never intended to be so, but indeed it is a consequence. A lot of times in Parliament, when things are to be done, they would also, there are those people who would come and tell you, Tiende, this thing that you're posting, it is actually Baba who has instructed that we go the other way. Fortunately for someone like me who was always very close to Raila, I would call him and ask him, is this the position? And many times you'd be surprised to say, but I've not discussed this with anyone.
Right.
So the fact that Baba is not there might help the situation a little more because people will not invoke his name. The level of independent thinking in terms of how to debate, how to vote might improve. But for those who would not be able to call him like I would, a lot of them were swayed by that persuasion that it is actually Baba who has instructed.
People listened to what he said, and it's interesting because before we had you in this morning, Kenyans are of the mind that, there's a lot of work to be done in terms of entrenching some of the things that he did say, which made sense for the country. And even with that, we listened to person after person tell us that Raila spoke to them. He said to me, he called me on this date, and it seems as though he said many things to many people about how he wanted them to operate. What did he say to you?
It's interesting you say that. I actually spoke to him 4 days before he died. I had called his number. It didn't go through. So I called one of his closest aides with whom I knew he was, called Keta. Keta gave him the phone. We spoke. And we spoke because he was actually to be in my constituency on 18th, this last Saturday, during the homecoming for the PS for Health, Dr. Oluga. And so I was concerned when he was not back, so I was asking him whether we should postpone the event. And he told me, no, Utende, I'm actually feeling much better. I believe I'll be in the country and will proceed with the event, which was not to be. I chose not to discuss with him many other things because I could hear he was training in speech. And so I told him, okay, we will maintain it, but let me let you relax. Yes, having said that, I'm not surprised that there's so many people who say they spoke to him. Because one of the things about Raila, he was hands-on on everything. If he didn't call you for a meeting to discuss something, he would probably call you to discuss it on phone. And he was hands-on on very many things, especially concern of the forthcoming by-elections. He was trying, he had his hand and his ear everywhere, from Magarini to Gunja to everywhere else where these by-elections were coming. And in fact, just the day before he died, I think he'd spoken to Governor Wanga, and Governor Wanga called me about what we needed to do for the by-elections in Ugunja, being that now in Siaya I'm the highest-ranking party official, and we had agreed with Gladys what we would do, especially once he was back. So we'd schemed it out, and of course now that was never to be. So I think that those who say they spoke to him, they obviously did. It is also true that when you are referring to a person who's deceased, you can even put words that may not have been said, but there's no one to contradict. I just hope that everyone who said Raila told them what they said, they truly did, because to speak any falsity in respect of a deceased person, I think that would be an abomination. Yes.
As we look at politics, there are things that are said, whether they're said atop a roof of a vehicle or whether they're said in a stadium packed with people that would then sway people in a particular direction. Should Kenyans believe politicians when they say things in rallies? And there's where I'm going with this.
I wish I knew where you are going, but let me answer you for now. They don't have a choice. You cannot live without politicians, hate them or love them, because ultimately the governance structure is such that you will be governed by politicians. The president will be a politician by default, whether or not a career politician. Once you are president, you are a politician. The governors, the senators, the members of parliament, the MCAs will be politicians. So whether you hate them or love them, Kenyans do not have a choice. They will always be led and governed by politicians. Should you trust what politicians say? Well, that's the question that the electorate must determine. If you elect somebody on the basis of what they promised, then you should hold them to account. And the examination for that is the next election. That if then they said things that they did not do, or they say things that are false, elect them out. Whether it's the president, whether it's the governor, whether it's the MP. So you ought to believe your politicians, but if the politicians don't do what they say, elect them out. That is the test. But Kenyans don't have a choice. They must learn to live with politicians. They must endeavor to elect politicians who say what they mean and mean what they say.
Okay. So has the broad-based government taken on this persona of telling folks that things will happen and then they have to wait for them to happen if they do? I know you did say that just because you are sharing in this government per se doesn't mean that everything that happens you have the stamp of endorsement on it. But you know what it is, that, you know, if an apple is rotten and there are other apples in the general area, something is going to take on a bit of the besmirching of the rotten one. That's just how things happen. So we hear things promised over and over again. And if I see Otiende Amolo today, I'll say, okay, well, that's what they think. They've told us that is what is going to happen. How do you separate the two?
I think we must be fair to the ODM party.
Okay.
And those of us who are in it. Merely because we support the government does not make us the government. And therefore, the successes or failures of the government in its entirety cannot be visited on us. Okay. I know where you're going with this, and I suspect that your issue is with President Ruto, that he may have promised some things and some of them he may not have fulfilled. I think it is fair to hold the ODM to account in terms of those promises insofar as they are within the 10-point agenda.
Okay.
But if it's outside the 10-point agenda, you cannot put that load on ODM. Because even for us, like the rest of Kenyans, we would want a situation where every promise is fulfilled. But in the context of the 10-point agenda, as I said earlier, there's an endeavor to fulfill them. For example, when it comes to compensation for victims of police brutality, which was stopped by the court. Now, I know the matter is actively before court, so I will not talk about the substance of it. But from where I stand, I had no problem with it. Because you cannot have too much of a good thing. If we agree that victims of police compensation should be compensated, and there's a mechanism to compensate them, it is that mechanism should not be stopped, because it does not stop any parallel court process. If it ends up that a victim of police compensation is compensated twice, what's wrong with that? You know, for me, that was a way so that even the ones who died recently during the stampede and in Kasarani should be added to the list so that they are compensated. So issues like that which are in the 10-point agenda, we have really pushed. And sometimes you are held back, for example, by the court stopping the process and all that. But insofar as the 10-point agenda is concerned, I think you cannot really fault anything that the ODM has promised and not done. Okay. Beyond that, as the rest of Kenyans, we must hold the president and the executive to account for their promises.
But you see, even as the blame game now, who is to be blamed, who's not to be blamed, there is the collective ideology that stands out in terms of public participation. And matters to do with public participation, there is public participation on paper and there is meaningful public participation that Kenyans do yearn for. And even as you talk about the bills that took place, many Kenyans say, we just saw this being appended to. In terms of proper public participation where Kenyans would come on board and give their views on these matters, usually seems as if it is a suggestion and not a requirement by the law. So in terms of politicians out here and listening to Kenyans hold the view that you do not care. How do we change that perception so that as Kenyans sit and even go to vote, they feel as if, as much as we don't have an option, we will be led and governed by politicians, that people we have donated our powers to do listen to us, that when public participation is asked for and is required, we actually see a meaningful public participation. You rightfully said, Raila Odinga conducted surveys, and that survey, one would say, is public participation to show exactly the matter on ground. Why not see the same that is truthful and open for Kenyans?
Well, what I'll tell you, first, the idea of public participation has not been clear, because so far we have not had a law that defines what public participation is. I'm happy to tell you that as a team in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, we are currently considering, both the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and the caucus, there's a parliamentary caucus on legislation which I'm co-chairing, we are currently considering the draft law on public participation, which we are going to introduce in the next session. The consideration is more or less ready. That defines how public participation should be done. So far, public participation has not been well defined, but as Parliament, to be fair, we have endeavored to do it. Because every law, before it is considered, there'll be a notice in the papers. Sometimes it involves traveling to strategic places in each county to get the views of Kenyans. Sometimes it involves telling Kenyans which email to use and which social media handle to use to give their views. Sometimes it involves inviting them to the committee sittings which are open or inside or outside of Parliament. So I think, in fairness, we have endeavored to do public participation. Secondly, you'll be surprised, a lot of draft bills have been changed because of what Kenyans have said during public participation. That report usually is taken seriously, and because it's also part of the report that is public and comes with legislation, we have many times changed the provision. Because subsequently, anyone who goes to court will not just challenge the law, they'll even use the report itself and be able to say what Kenyans have said. What I can tell you, though, is Kenyans are an interesting lot. Given the opportunity for public participation, the trend that I've seen, one, usually NGOs and other bodies, non-governmental bodies that have an interest in that particular matter are usually the ones that will then come to the committees to give their views or write to the committees. Most ordinary Kenyans do not take time to respond, whether in person, or even by email. They easily would rather come to a show like this, and say, I oppose this. But just writing to the committee and say, I oppose this for this reason, very few. That's the interesting thing. Unless you actually go and invite them. And when you do, like you're going to do public participation in Siaya, the interesting thing again is that those who come usually will be people who have been facilitated by other people, either who are in support of the bill or who are opposed to it, not those who come voluntarily that they want to speak. So that even the public participation in Kenya is usually skewed in terms of those who have vested interest, either for or against. But the opportunity is usually there. But I think it will be made much more clear when we pass the law on public participation. But secondly, there are a number of members of parliament who take the reports of public participation quite seriously. They will all, I can tell you, not all is lost in parliament. There are between 10 and 15 members of parliament who will usually robustly go through these things and speak to them.
Out of 290.
Out of 290. A lot of the others go with what is called the mood of parliament.
And then maybe one of the greatest expressions of this public participation that we then experience at the moment, maybe in its purest form, is during an election.
Yes.
That is when people then are saying what they feel and they are participating in this particular thing.
Yes.
There are by-elections that are coming on the 27th of November. In certain parts of the country, people will speak. Before the death of Raila Odinga, it was said that this will be a litmus test as to whether the new founded opposition, after having removed ODM from the opposition for all intents and purposes, that the newly minted opposition was going to see whether it had any weight and would then be able to destabilize the government of William Ruto. That has kind of changed now, because in just 7 days, people have said this is now a test to see whether the ODM party can push an agenda in the absence of Raila Odinga. Has the litmus test changed, in your opinion?
Not in any substantial way. I think that in terms of the by-elections and in consideration of the broad-based arrangement, the ODM party and the UDA had already agreed that the seats that were previously held by ODM members, UDA would not front candidates and vice versa. And that is holding. And if it is holding, it means where there was a UDA candidate, there is no ODM influence that will decampaign the candidate, and vice versa. Where there's an ODM candidate, there's no UDA that would decampaign our candidate. And we are confident that for those who are supporters or members of ODM, the death of Raila should motivate them even further in terms of those who are in doubt. Your way of mourning Raila would be to support the candidate of his party. And we are confident that, unfortunate as it is, I think that the death of Raila Amolo Odinga will further galvanize the electorate to vote in the ODM candidate wherever they are. What has changed is this dynamic. Up to the point of his death, Raila Odinga had not indicated either way whether would be a candidate for presidency or not in 2027.
And that was a possibility?
That was a possibility. In fact, he had indicated to some that he would be running. Without him, the ultimate question would be whether the ODM would still decide to front a candidate. And the biggest question, if that is so, would be who? Now, that is the one big thing that will be discussed much later. As for the so-called united opposition, they are allowed to do their thing because this is a democratic nation. You saw that even though not everyone spoke at Raila's funeral, at least Kalonzo Musyoka was given the opportunity to speak, also as a former vice president. And I particularly urge the committee to allow him to speak, because it's not about anything. I mean, he was close to Raila, he was his running mate, basically, and stood by him at least in 2 elections. And in eulogizing such a person, it was right that he was given the opportunity. But I think that the united opposition is not as united as the name sounds, and obviously you know that.
What would make you say that?
Because I know for a fact that a lot of people there are united only if they will be the candidate. The moment they are told you are not the candidate, they will bolt out, because there are many who have declared that they are united, but they are the candidate. You cannot have 4 united candidates, so I think that they have a bigger task than many people think. I think that it is easy to appear together, to address press conferences together, to say you are united, until the ultimate test, who is your candidate? Now that's when the rubber will meet the road. Yes.
But even as we talk about the united opposition, there is also the question that we've been discussing in terms of just how united ODM is. But you've mentioned about the by-elections and how that is a litmus test, and you've negotiated with UDA in the spirit of broad-based, that none of the parties would field candidates in areas that would be considered to be the stronghold, or the parties, relevant parties, held the position. But a Kenyan from that specific area, constituency or ward is asking, but what if the person you're denying not to run is the person that we want? Why not allow everyone to run and the best candidate to be elected based on merit?
Well, the fact that ODM and UDA have an arrangement does not deny other parties from fielding whoever they want. In fact, as far as I know, in most of these constituencies and wards, there are more candidates than 5, some between 5 and 10. So any Kenyan is free to elect whoever they want, including the right not to vote. If you feel so disenfranchised, you can choose that none of these candidates are suitable and therefore I'm not voting. So no Kenyan is denied any right, because you still have an array to choose from, including one of not voting. So I think that would not be a legitimate question. But I think it is fair, because to have a situation where you have a broad-based understanding, and then in each constituency or ward, you have an ODM candidate and a UDA candidate, would be very confusing. That on the one hand, at the national level, you are saying, let's work together. Then when it comes to the constituency or ward, you have parallel campaigns.
But
it becomes very untidy.
But the arrangement itself says the agreement is not political.
Well, it is not political, but is in that spirit of the arrangement, it is not necessary to antagonize each other. The fact that in a particular place, those very electorate chose to elect a UDA person and ignored the ODM means they prefer UDA as their party, at least the majority, and vice versa. The fact that they elected an ODM person and not a UDA person, it means the majority prefer ODM. So we are going with that spirit of the expression of the electorate as at the last election.
But the reason I'm asking that is because we talk about Kasipul, and we just spoke to residents of Kasipul, and they say ODM tried to push Boyd Were to be the candidate, but the locals say, we do not want that, we want the opposite. So what happens if this opposite person actually belongs to UDA? How do you go about it? Because here, it is the people who are saying who they want. It's not about what UDA wants or what ODM wants, but what the people want.
The way to answer that question is to ask, in the last election, how many votes did the UDA candidate get?
In Kasipul.
You will hardly find any, negligible. So no one in Kasipul will legitimately say that by not allowing UDA to field a candidate, that they're being disenfranchised. In any event, there is always the option of running as an independent candidate. If such a person thought that, they're disenfranchised, they can run as an independent candidate. But in the specific case of Kasipul, ODM is a very democratic party. There were democratic nominations that were held. If there was any complaint, it would come first to the body that runs our election. But beyond that, we had an ad hoc committee set up purposefully to receive complaints from any candidate for these by-elections, wherever they were held. There was no such complaint that was received. If there was, then it would have been received and processed. So anyone who says that the person who was nominated is not the person they wanted, then should have complained. They should have lodged. And the complaint, you're allowed to complain to the internal mechanisms of the party. Beyond that, you're allowed to complain to the political parties tribunal. Beyond that, you're even allowed to complain to the High Court. None of these mechanisms were invoked. So anyone who says that would either be lying Or if they are not lying, then it would mean they are lazy. They chose to sit on their rights, and now you can't blame anyone.
Well, we're going to keep you just a little bit longer because, like I said, it's like Halley's Comet. Every 85 years, we don't know when we're going to find you again, So you're here to discuss a number of things for us. And of course, now, when we're looking into the 10-point agenda, there are very many questions around, so exactly what did this mean? Before these protests, there was no talk of a 10-point agenda for these things that are fundamentally important to the livelihood of Kenyans, right? Of course, people were disappeared. We know people till today who cannot find their sons, who cannot find their children, who showed up dead and nobody's answering questions, for who inquiries have not been made. This was before June 2024. So those were issues that were very pertinent to the people of Kenya. And I know you talk about the importance of realizing that 10-point agenda. But is it for the people? And you have a responsibility on your shoulders, Otienda, to convince Kenyans that truly this is for the people. You talk about donating 4 generals of ODM to the broad-based government to work in the capacity as cabinet ministers, their expertise in whatever level that might be. But looking at the broader lines, the broader brushstrokes of this, is it for the people of Kenya and is it for Kenya?
The answer is an unequivocal yes. It is for the people of Kenya and for the broader interest of the country. Number one, I think everyone would agree that the Gen Z revolution, if I would call it that, was well-meaning. I will tell you that my own daughter, for example, took to the streets, including that morning, and I personally facilitated her to go, because she told me she genuinely believed, in protesting what they thought were wrong. The irony is on that day, when we were invaded in Parliament, they were infiltrated, that the real Gen Zs who had come to the streets, now there are others who had infiltrated them, who are now, the previous days, the Gen Zs had come and it was peaceful. You could see them with their phones, take, pictures and all that. But then there was this invasion by another team who were actually robbing the Gen Zs who were protesting. They were stealing their phones, they were becoming very dangerous, so that the Gen Zs who were genuinely protesting got into danger. So when the Gen Zs invaded Parliament and it became chaotic and we all kind of retreated, and it was really, really chaotic, my daughter and my nephew were also now in danger. So, they were on, the main street opposite GPO. They had to climb on top of that petrol station, the concrete slabbing. Yes. Because that's the only place they could take safety. So she, who had gone to protest generally against certain policies, including Parliament, where I sit,
where her father is,
now was calling me to save her because now they couldn't leave. So I had to, and there's no vehicle that would come, so I had to get some border people to navigate and come and get them, dodging bullets and dodging all sorts of things, because the real Gen Zs were now outnumbered by others who had infiltrated their course. And where we were going, I think Kenya as a country, it was not just about the policies anymore. I think where we were going, we were going to collapse as a state. And in my view, it may not be popular, and many still faulted Raila to his death that he should not have saved this regime. In my opinion, it was right for Raila to step in, join hands with William Ruto to save the country. And therefore, it was definitely in the interest of Kenya as a nation. Because if we didn't, there's no telling where we would go. There are times revolutions start as revolutions well-meaning, but where they end up, you end up with a collapsed state. Now, that would be unfortunate. And I think Raila explained this numerous times as the basis of his joining hands. Secondly, in now then coming to the 10-point agenda, it was an effort to synthesize some of the concerns that were raised by the Gen Zs. Concerns that were legitimate and concerns that need to be addressed whether or not there's a revolution. So the 10-point agenda was actually extracting the concerns, some of the concerns that earlier had been raised by ODM, in the NADCO talks and all that, and then subsequently by the Gen Zs, in terms of the most critical areas. So both the coming together and the framework agreement were and are still definitely in the best interest of this country.
And is it just within those 10 points? Because from what you're saying, there's already an agreement around elections, for example, that don't field a candidate here where ODM had previously had one. And if there's somebody who is speaking to the spirit of what ODM has fought for example, in Baringo, I honestly choose Baringo randomly. If there's somebody in Baringo who is running for the and going towards the spirit of what ODM fights for and happens not to be UDA, would ODM support that individual? Or are we saying, apart from the 10-point agenda, we're also going to be able to dabble here and there in terms of who can be fielded or who cannot?
I wish you chose a different example.
Okay,
because Baringo, let me explain, because Baringo was never an ODM zone. In fact, the negotiation in Baringo, as you know, it was between KANU and UDA. Because some of those areas, we must be real. Yeah. We know where our following is.
It's a sample.
So there, we will just sit and watch them, slug it out or negotiate as they did. Well, for us, our position would be that let the residents of Baringo exercise their democratic right within that context. If it was somewhere like Ugunja, for example.
Okay, let's go with Ugunja.
Yes.
We like Ugunja. All right.
To say that we've negotiated with UDA not to field a candidate is merely to relate to the reality. In the last election, in Luo land, UDA was a far cry. In my own constituency, there's a guy who ran for my seat, for MP for Arieda on UDA. I think he got 120 votes out of 75,000 votes. So would you really be saying that not granting somebody a UDA certificate in Ugunja or Arieda is to deny anybody, all of the 120 people, their democratic rights against the votes I got, which are over 50,000? Sometimes you need reality, and the reality just dictates that it would be a waste of time for UDA to try to run a UDA candidate in Ugunja. And it would be a waste of time for ODM to try to run an ODM candidate deep in Rift Valley, which is almost exclusively UDA. That's just a reality. It's not a question of denying anybody democratic rights.
Do you think that under the broad-based agreement that there is, especially when we talk about Parliament, you've described the situation in Parliament where you find opposition members who ought to leave as oppositions and check the government, find themselves singing Kumbaya to government because they think they are in government. Will there ever get to a point where, despite broad-based government, that National Assembly, and I think National Assembly has more powers than even the executive, because anything executive wants has to pass through Parliament. As member of ODM and part of broad-based, what are some of the interest, negotiations, talks that you're having with your members so that you maintain the structure, the cornerstone of what opposition is, despite being in broad-based?
And it's no secret that within ODM, there have always been two factions. There's the faction that believes that we are working with government in the context of the 10-point agenda. But then there's the faction that believe we are the government because of the framework agreement. Those factions were there even when Mzee was alive. And that he supported the democratic right of expression of both. Yeah. Whenever anyone spoke, he would say that is okay. That is, I don't think that those factions will go away even now. Those who believe they are in government will continue so believing, and I don't think there's anything you will tell them that will persuade them otherwise. Those who believe we are working with government for now up to 2027, we will maintain that. Okay. The only thing we can continue urging, the dynamics of Parliament is also funny. As the ODM signed the framework agreement to work with government, their UDA MPs, especially from the Mount Kenya region, who have, for all intents and purposes, exited that UDA arrangement.
Right.
So that although they were elected and technically are part of the UDA government, factually they have exited. So as some of us who believe we're in government in ODM have essentially gone in, there's also another group who have come out. Okay, so that there's still a number in parliament, a substantial number, big enough to be able to check the executive in terms of proposals on legislation or other motions. Yeah, and all I urge, whether those who believe they are in or out, is that we must remember as parliament that in the constitutional structure of parliament, the executive and government is not in parliament. Parliament, we only have the majority and the minority. We do not have the government and the opposition. And so as I've kept urging us, I urge both the leadership of parliament and members of parliament to remember that collectively it is our business to check on the executive, not determine that now I'm in government or not, because government is outside parliament, it's not in parliament. And it's a reminder I keep doing, and I hope that a lot of my colleagues will keep listening.
You know, parliament has been accused of being captured, but many pundits would say that parliament has ceded its power to the executive. And with that, just where do you sit? Is parliament captured, that all executive does is what will happen? And where do you think that lies with the people of Kenya?
Parliament is captured, obviously, and I explained this earlier. First of all, the coincidence that we have my very good friend, Honorable Wetangula, as Speaker, and yet he's also a party leader of one of the coalitions of the ruling party, by definition, means he cannot be independent. That's number one. Number two, the coincidence that the person who is elected president is also the same party that has the majority in parliament, and it's a coincidence because it need not be. It could as well come from the minority. But that coincidence gives the ruling party a majority in parliament, which therefore makes parliament subservient to the wishes of the UDA arrangement. And that's a coincidence. Thirdly, even though some members of the UDA have now factually retreated, the fact that based on the broad-based agreement, there are some of our members who have re-entered to fill those spaces has ensured that the ruling party, which is also the executive, basically has a super majority in parliament. Now, it is not strange. Even in the US, which essentially is the same as our structured presidential system, you know that as long as the Republicans have the super majority in the Senate and the lower house, Trump's wishes will always flow. And that is what actually happens. So it's not quite unique to us. Yeah. So we can't really blame ourselves that much. It's just the reality of the day that as long as the president has a super majority in parliament, parliament will always be subservient to the executive.
With the hope that parliamentarians are actually applying some kind of thought, intelligence, strategic thinking to the decisions that they make, and not just making blanket statements or blanket laws, blanket legislation by virtue of the fact that the president has the majority. That's the hope.
That is a hope in which I share and I practice. And it is my belief, and I said earlier, that there are a number of members who, despite this arrangement, maintain, including those who are originally in UDA, maintain some level of independent thinking and contribution and do so. Actually, there are a number of members who do so. It is my hope that collectively those numbers can increase and, check. In fact, I was telling the president the other day, you remember I was ombudsman before this?
Yes.
And one time I was called to State House, and I used to issue a lot of edicts against the president and against the executive. And I was very unpopular with President Uhuru then and the deputy Ruto. So one time I was invited to State House, and I went. And as they were moving around, the President Uhuru and William Ruto then came to my table, and President Uhuru asked me, Otiende, why are you always against us? Why are you always, attacking us? I told him, Mr. President, I'm paid by the taxpayers to do exactly that. If I don't do that, then I should not earn my pay. And he laughed and went. That is precisely what it should be. in criticizing, in checking the executive, you are actually helping the presidency to be better and the executive. It is not that therefore you are undermining them. And that is something that the president and the executive need to understand, that to have a robust parliament that sometimes checks and even adjusts certain things actually helps the president maintain some sort of equilibrium in the country. It is not a way of showing disloyalty. It is the highest level of loyalty to the presidency and to the people of Kenya. And it is my hope that a lot of my colleagues will adopt that.
Yet when these objections happen, you hear words of development will not come to your area, and you find development has been painted such that you must support the government for development to come to your area. Makes it seem as if development is something we beg for, yet it is a right for each and every person. So then how do you deal with that in broad-based or in parliament, knowing very well that that is what the executive thinks? And how do we correct that notion so that we don't have members of parliament? I remember it was a problem even when Raila Odinga was there, when members of parliament went to State House to beg for development. And Raila said, it is not a matter of begging, it is your right. How do we cure that notion from parliament and to the executive?
It is actually the greatest joke of all time that as members of parliament who make the budget and determine everything in the budget, that you should go to State House to beg that certain things be put in the budget when we are the ones who make it. And that is why I have not done that myself, which is also the reason why I have been advocating for maintenance of the Constituency Development Fund. I even sponsored the amendment to the Constitution for that very reason. The reason is simple. Remove the Constituency Development Fund and everything it does in the constituency. The only way anything will happen then is if your member of parliament goes to State House to line in the queue and beg that, could you please build for me these 10 laboratories?
Right.
Could you please construct for me these classrooms? Could you please give me a police station and construct it? You know, all those are things that you would do independently. The Constituency Development Fund gives you enough money to bring development to your area or influence it without having to beg the president or anyone else. If you exit the Constituency Development Fund and you are talking of that culture of going to beg the president, that culture will increase 100-fold. Your member of parliament will not be a member of parliament without going to beg the president. And the traditional power, you remember Moi in his heydays, when people would go to State House with briefcases, and then you are told, now enter that room, I hear, this is what we hear. And then they stack it with hundreds of thousands, then you are now told to go. And I'm told that whenever you carry that briefcase, the guys at the gate also know that you've been given money. So before they open for you, the gate was straight as they say, na yetu yetu. Now, that is a culture we should finish. In fact, I really want to encourage the president to discourage this culture of going to line up in State House to beg for things, because it encourages a very bad culture of dependency, and it is actually what encourages corruption. Let members of parliament, if they have any request, you can place those requests in the formal channels.
Yes.
Okay? And you can also influence those developments through the CDF, but not to keep going to State House to beg for this or that.
But he invites them to
That's
State
why
House.
I'm saying I'm encouraging the president to discourage. You remember President Kibaki did not have that. Yes. That culture bears other things that are not good for this country.
Okay. He's insistent that Kenya will become a first world country. And while there are all the politics that play out, and of course in the moment where we're looking at and, still interrogating the different things that Raila Odinga did over the years to then fight for freedom, whether it was flag independence that was sought or real true independence, whether it was economic independence, administrative independence across the line, there seems to be a fight now to move from where Kenya is, where academically, they say we don't like saying third and first world anymore. We want to talk about global regions, to move from one place to the other. The first world is what the president has spoken of very often. And he talks about joining hands together to take Kenya from one place to the next. Many are of the opinion that you can't put old wine in new wineskins, that you have to change the skin in order for the wine to remain fresh. That there's certain things that need to happen in order for real development to take place. And everybody who is in this dispensation is being called upon to do what they can, plus those who will be invited to join later, to do what they can to ensure that Kenya moves. Are the things that need to be done being done in order for that dream to be realized, whether it's at the legislative, whether it's at the judicial, whether it's at the executive, across board? Or is this just a dream?
Well, I support the president for dreaming.
Oh, okay.
I support the president for dreaming, and I think together with him, we as Kenyans, we should join him in that dream, because it is not a far-fetched dream. It is something that is doable. I think what he has done, and which I agree with, is to try and reduce focus on the short term and focus on the long term. Eventually, what will help us move to the first world is the focus on the long term, as opposed to the short term of the 5 years of presidency, for example. If we can do what was done when Vision 2030 was being conceived, you are looking at 30 to 50 years ahead. And that, I think, is what is refocusing on. It's a good thing. In my opinion, at least 4 things must be focused on right now if you are to do that. One is respecting independence of institutions, whether it's parliament, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's the independent offices and constitutional commissions, but institutions too, so that institutions can work and not be taking instructions either way. 2 is reducing corruption. I think corruption is the one thing that betrays us the most. And it is one where I am not sure we are having any market improvement. In fact, there are signs that it is worsening. And it is worsening because of a number of things. In my opinion, the highest office in the land must demonstrate intolerance to corruption. As long as there's a perception of tolerance by the highest office, corruption will increase. It will not decrease. 3, I think we must enhance fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline is at the top of all this. And lastly, I would say, having strategic policies. We are not doing well in some of this. The truth is there's a perception, even about parliament, even about the judiciary, even about the executive, of tolerance to corruption. And that means that particular index we are not doing well on. In terms of respect of institutions, we are not doing well in that respect. I think there's an effort to improve fiscal discipline, which is encouraging in many respects. I think there's an effort to have strategic policies in various areas. What I would say is that the dream towards the first world is a good one. And that dream, unfortunately, you can't wait for new wines. The wine has to be served anyway. So whether it's new or old wine, you will not have a situation where you have new wine in terms of new leadership, because unfortunately, our very political structure, Udwak or even Dennis, if however clean you are and you said you wanted to be president, you will go nowhere unless you have a substantial amount of money. You will not tell Kenyans, I am very clean, I want to be your president. You will, on average, a presidential campaign in this country, I think requires, I understand, between at least 5 billion Kenyan shillings. Where will you get 5 billion? If you have your 1 million shillings and you say, I'm very clean and I want to be, a president, the very Kenyans will just laugh at you because you will not be able to campaign in Todonyang, where you have to fly and give materials of your party, and at the same day fly to Kisumu and then do another rally in Mombasa. You need tons and tons of... The very political structure of our country is such that you can only have certain people run for presidency. And therefore, you cannot wait to start the changes when your ideal person is the president. If President Ruto can help us move some way in this regard, it is a good thing. Yes.
You know, all that you've spoken about in terms of the dream that you share with President William Ruto and what we need to fix, one message that Kenyans continue to push for is the fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law. If we just implement the Constitution 2010 and we live by the spirit of the Constitution, all these problems will be handled. Why does it seem to be so difficult to just live by that document?
It is because, and we had this reality when, as the committee of experts, we were writing the Constitution. We recognized that we wrote a constitution that was actually ahead of its time and ahead of its people. The ideals and structure of the Constitution of Kenya is ahead of the reality of the country of Kenya. And therefore, to say and expect Kenyans to live by within the four corners of the Constitution is to be overly ambitious. What we must do is to encourage them to progressively work towards living by those ideals. Because Kenya as a country has certain things and the very structure. Look, take corruption for example. We want politicians who are corruption-free. But no person will ever be elected an MCA who does not give money to that very electorate. Hakuna. That very electorate is the one that will demand. You know, where I come from, and this was the reality when I started politics in the year 2004. And I had a very long agenda of what I wanted to do for the people of Rarieda. So I called this very big meeting, especially of young people. And I stood and I started narrating to them in fluent Luo what I want to do, my 10-point agenda, one by one. When I got to the third, some young man raised his hand and I ignored him. I went to my fourth point. Instead of taking back his hand, he raised it higher. He kept raising it. And so out of irritation, I told him, okay, now, what is it that you can't wait me finish? Then he told me, you know, Tiende, we know you and we love you. And we've had you say these points even on radio. So, for us gathered here, and there were like 3,000 of them, we already agree with you. So why don't you save your time and ours by unbinding us? Just give us our share. We go, then you go somewhere else where they've not had this. Unbinding means give us money, we go home. All this kizungu mingi you are telling us, we don't need. And that is the attitude of the electorate. You see? So we are in a country where some of these things we are trying to finish, it is so embedded in the very people who who ought to be fighting to finish them. And that's why it's difficult to work within the four corners of the Constitution. But we must still endeavor to progressively work within the Constitution. That's the reality of the ground.
Indeed. And, you know, we're winding down on this, but then let's take a larger picture view of this and come back again a little bit to the party. That you've also alluded to certain realities that could come about in the next 1.5 years in terms of what will happen in the next general election and who will field whom and what exactly will happen. Let's play in that ideal position for a moment. If ODM were to field their own candidate for the presidency, leave alone that there are 5 other elections that happen, which we know folks will be fielded across board. Does this mean, number one, that there will then be a split from the broad-based government? And number two, does ODM then believe it has the capacity, the wherewithal, and the very gravitas that it needs to then be able to field somebody who will win a presidential election?
Thank you. Does it mean that there would be a split on that account? No. Because The broad-based arrangement is an arrangement up to 2027. To consider and field a candidate would not be going against the broad-based arrangement because the framework agreement is time-bound. And by that alone, that would not cause a split within ODM because everyone is clear that this is a time-bound agreement. 2, would the ODM have the capacity to field a candidate? Certainly, yes. So far, ODM still remains the biggest and largest party with the greatest representation in this country. And as long as ODM settle on a candidate, by agreement and negotiation, then we would activate all our networks in the country to that end. The question of who it is, it would be premature to discuss. There are 3 scenarios that are likely to play, and any of them could play up. 1, ODM fielding its own presidential candidate is a possibility.
Okay.
Even if that candidate could be William Ruto or any other person who chooses to join the ODM, that is an open question. Okay. 2, ODM could choose not to field a candidate at the presidency level, but field candidates in all other positions and enter a pre-election pact, whether with President Ruto or anybody else. And that pre-election pact in that event would be one that defines then what are we getting for foregoing that opportunity.
Okay.
What is on the table? Are you offering the position, say, of a deputy president and several other positions? Are you offering any other position and in what ratios? Because to forego fielding a presidential candidate must be something that there's a serious consideration in return. Or 3, ODM could field a presidential candidate and win, or if it does not win, can still enter a post-election pact with any other entity. So any of those possibilities are possible.
Okay.
But the point is, the arrangement we have now is time-bound. It's up to 2027. Anybody who speaks of 2027 is expressing an individual opinion, not the opinion of our departed leader, not the opinion of the party so far, but a personal opinion, which is also allowed.
Okay. So we have a poll that we had put earlier, and the question was, is the government doing right by the people? You're part of a broad-based government. 84% said no. 16% said yes. Number of votes, 2,279.
It is a matter to note.
It is a matter to note.
It is obviously a call for government to improve. Yes, and it is good to have such constant, reviews, because it is the people who elect the government from the presidency and everyone else, and it is the people who then must know whether we are on the right track or not. Some people usually say maybe those who are voting is because they're misguided and all. But even when people go to vote for you, no one ever asks them why they're voting for you. So it is that vote in itself is important, whichever way it goes.
Indeed.
Yes.
You've done 2 hours.
Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I didn't even realize.
Exactly. Time flies when you're having fun.
Thank you.
Otiende Amolo is the Member of Parliament for Rarieda constituency. He's been here with us this morning. Of course, ODM party member, friend of Raila Odinga, close confidant and a mover and shaker in the party, has joined us this morning to be able to have a wide breadth of conversations around many things, which obviously will be carried for days. So be prepared for that one. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And we hope that it will not be another 85 years before you're back in Situation Room.
I will come much sooner.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for everybody being part of this conversation today from the beginning until now. We'll do this every day as we can, and we'll keep talking. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Good morning at 10:01.
News from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. A man accused of murder in the United States 15 years ago has been extradited